Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome back to the second day of the Data for Peace conference. To those of you who are just joining today, my name is Angelica Lindfors McGowan, and I'm one of the co-organizers behind this year's conference. We have a packed agenda today, so we're going to jump straight into the first panel. So please join me in welcoming Marlene, Adrian, Coralie, and Alexander for the panel, Reframing Early Warning, Are We Measuring the Right Signals to Enable Preventive Action? Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Wow, that's loud. I have to say, this is my first time moderating. I'm used to being in these seats. I'll try not to jump in. You're going to have to kick me back across if I talk too much. I'm glad there's quite a few of you. I was expecting a few casualties after last night's festivities. I see a lot of glasses of water in the room, and I hope there's some great networking. We should probably have Acklid here counting how many people are missing. All right, today's run of show is a little bit different. I'll be framing a bit the problem and the event, which I think is an excellent panel to be having, in a sense, to reflect on much of the rich discussion that took place yesterday. So I really do hope that we can get a lot of interaction from the room. And I'll also be inviting our panelists to each give a presentation from each of their kind of mandated positions and perspectives, which are very rich. So my name is Alexander Harper. I lead the Crisis Insight team at ACAPS, a humanitarian analysis organization. And today we're debating an issue that's very much unresolved at our organization, let alone, I think, in this room. Are we measuring the right signals to enable preventative action? Now, the problem. Most conflict forecasting and early warning still tracks observable manifestations of violence, events, fatalities, and displacement. These models are robust but reactive and biased towards data-rich contexts. They tend to confirm a crisis only once escalation has already underway, once we start to see the casualties, the conflict events, the displacement, and everything showing up, often too late. And of course, the shared ambition is to push earlier towards structural drivers and root causes, socioeconomic trends, discrimination, marginalization, shrinking civic space, political shifts, and of course, climate stresses. That carries some trade-offs. We run the risk of slipping from capturing structural drivers to measuring more indicators. The more sophisticated and centralized the model, and this was, I think, talked about in almost every session yesterday, the further it tends to drift from local ownership and input. And thirdly, on data coverage, our systems are structurally better at watching places that already have the most data. The contexts often most at risk tend to have the least. And this is something that we deal with consistently at ACAPS, and is why we invest so heavily in analysts and contextual experts, but it's a constant balancing act given how complex and resource intensive that approach is with more systematic and structural systems. So the challenge for the system is also, for the session in general, it lies not in developing more sophisticated models, but in also getting more action. What can analysts do to strengthen decision making and not just analysis? Especially given that the evidence suggests, of course, that earlier preventative engagements is more effective, greater political openness, and more entry points. So with that, I'll introduce our first panelist, Marlene Ushkela, the coordinator at the Early Warning Unit Innovation and Analytics Hub at OHCHR Geneva. Over to you, Marlene.
Thank you very much. My name is Marlene. I'm working for the UN Human Rights Office in Geneva, coordinating the work on early warning and early action. I think the panels yesterday gave us an excellent backdrop to set this stage for what we are discussing today, this morning. Specifically the point of how we're moving from early warning to early action, which is really the work that myself, our team across the globe is trying to focus on. We have seen many times, as just mentioned by Alex, that there are so many and increasingly a lot of different early warning tools that give us indications. So we have more visibility, we have better forecasts. But for me, the essence and how we should assess the impact and the success of early warning is, of course, to trigger a response and an action, because just to know what is happening, to then say, oh, well, that's going to happen, that's too bad, that's really not the point. So what do we do with those alerts? What do we do with these actions? And how do we actually trigger the response that we so much need? And how do we foster this preventive action? So I want to present in the next few minutes one of the approaches that our office is applying. It's to shift from a narrow scope to a broader scope. You can also say applying the human rights lens, but that's a different category. What do I mean by that? So if we talk about a narrow scope, it would be exactly what Alex has already described, this focusing on the monitoring, the documenting of the phenomena you try to prevent. So the violence is increasing, the incidents are happening, you are alerting something bad is going to happen because you have the forecast model that says it's going to escalate further. Then in a broader model, you would not only focus on this, but you would include and you are integrating many other factors that are not specifically linked to the violence and the incident, but have other linked associations to it. Let me explain this a bit more clearly with the example of conflict-related sexual violence. So the narrow scope in this example would be you look at conflict-related sexual violence, you monitor the cases and the incidents, you predict that there will be an escalation in a specific geographic area, and you alert. Now, when you look at the broader scope, you have more entry points in terms of looking at different associated elements. So this can be diverse, it needs to be localized, but what could be elements you would look at? For example, the role of women in a society, the role of women in security forces, the role of women or how are women associated or not with specific armed groups that are active in a context. Then you can look at the distribution of wealth between and the economic power in a society, political decision-making, peace processes, and all of this. Think about what of those elements have an impact on the role of women, the potential escalation of conflict-related sexual violence, and you will start to understand that it's not only linked to the actual incident, but there's a whole panoply of elements. Of course, you can also look, and for us this is a crucial element, on the judiciary, the access to justice, which per se you would think it's a backward-looking element because you would consider what past violations and how did accountability happen for past violations, maybe CRSV or other gender-based violence. But we have found, and I think it has been proven, that impunity is actually a driver of conflict, and it's actually leading to new violations. So if you have in a country situations where cycles of CRSV are happening, and there was no accountability for past violations, it's actually going to likely support future violations of CRSV. So if you invest in accountability and access to justice for past violations, you are actually also investing in prevention, in forward-looking early warning and preventive of future violations. Then another element that maybe not be the first thing in mind if you look at CRSV is also to look at the discrimination of other groups, including LGBTI, and how the society deals with other sexual minorities. So you see, you can really open up the space and not only document the specific incidents, but look at all these different factors, including also, of course, the legal framework. It's important to consider those factors, not only just to have more work and to have more data and information, but to design your preventive strategies and to, in the end, to be able to find the entry points that we are so lacking and so dearly looking for. So by opening up, by looking at these elements, you can understand that there are more actors that may be more prone to have joint action, and that you can then leverage in your preventive response. You could look at civil society actors, local women networks, and I think there was one panel yesterday very much focusing on that. You can look at the judicial sector, you can have engage with political actors, regional partners, and develop joint initiatives and joint vision of where you want to take the country, the region in the future. In terms of getting buy-in from decision makers, and we so often yesterday referred to this, lack of political will is often a stumbling block and a hindrance of the implementation of preventive action. It can help if you not only alert of a situation deteriorating, but present also potential strategies, entry points and partners, how to go around it and how to find solutions. So what in that discussion is important to present the preventive strategies, but also, and for me this is an important element, to present one of the strategies as the decision to do nothing, which is for me a clear decision. And then associate also the costs. So there is an option, you just do nothing or you delay the response, which is a very prominent thing to do. So you delay the response, you do nothing, but this has a cost associated and the risk. It can be reputational risk, it can be risk for very real for the people that are actually suffering from it, but it is not just, we wait and see and then we decide a little bit later. Another side effect, and I will stop on that point not to take too much time, is that by opening up from the manifestation of cycles of violence to this broader scope, the red lights start flashing earlier on. You will understand earlier on and you have more time and more leeway to put in place the response you want to trigger. And with this, we find that in many situations, the polarization in a society, in a context, is not yet so ingrained. So we have more chances to find willing partners that have an influence on the situation on the ground that you can then engage with and develop your joint strategies and preventive strategies. I think I will end on that point and hand back over to Alex. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marlene. And everyone hold your horses and forgive us. We're not going to take questions now until all the panelists have had their comments, but I think it'd be a great time for Adrian Combrink to come in to, just because you're complimenting from the field perspective, from OHCHR, I see the, I'm going to give Corley the honor of the last one, if that's fine.
Of course.
All right, so over to you, Adrian, the Information Management Officer, Emergency Response Team at OHCHR Bangkok.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I mean, yesterday's discussions were fascinating, but as a human rights office and as an information manager, I should say a human rights information management officer, because that's slightly different to the normal information management officers the system have. I truly believe that we actually have existing frameworks already that helps us to define how a country is doing, who are the ones left behind, what are the vulnerable populations. I think the person from Costa Rica, I'm sure, was saying yesterday about the social contract. So it's not difficult to think what the social contract is. It's framed within human rights language. It's the relationship between the duty bearer, the government, the state, and the rights holder, everybody here or everybody in the population. And those things have been codified in treaty bodies. It's been codified in possibly the constitutions of countries, in various laws. So I think there are already existing frameworks available to help us to define what the issues are that we need to look at. And the idea of this panel is, I guess, we're not saying we're looking at the wrong signals, but maybe we're saying there's certain emphasis we need to place on certain types of information. So I work in a very small team, in an early warning or emergency response team. It's a misnomer. We don't necessarily respond. We're 2 people. We're based in Southeast Asia, in Bangkok, and we cover the Southeast Asian region, which, as you all know, is huge. There's a lot of issues, a lot of countries, a lot of human rights issues that you need to look at. So our team's job is to produce these reports on human rights risk within specific countries using a human rights framework. And of course, you can use AI to collect a variety of information to help you be more efficient, and I think that's something that people said. In the end, you need the analyst, and that's partly my job, but that's partly also the rest of the office there. So we have very knowledgeable people that know what's going on in a particular country. They work with local partners, so they know what the issues are. They have the legal framework of how that duty bearer, rights holder ecosystem should be working. So that information we try to package. The claim from our principals is always, and I say this with all due respect to all our principals who's probably watching at this moment, is that you have to make it as concise as possible, right? Everything has to be concise. We don't have time to read. Just give me the headlines. And I feel like there's a disadvantage to the richness and nuance of human rights information. And so we try and do that with our reporting. And as we all do, we send it up the ladder for those particular decision makers. Somebody mentioned yesterday as well, humanity of decision making. I mean, I think accountability is a big issue. We shouldn't be scared about that. We shouldn't be scared about calling it out. A state has a duty, and we have the ability to also claim redress for particular things as citizens. I mean, we're all citizens of particular countries. So that's a little bit about our work, but I actually want to say is that human rights, it's not always the sexy work, but it should be, and it's not always consequences of conflict, they should actually be the leading indicators of conflict risk. There's a lot of structural factors that crosses long-term, and I think the last colleague yesterday, the German colleague, was talking about structural risk and how do you assign just a score, because it was looking at the informed data. I mean, human rights information tells you what's happening in a country over time. It's also a medium-term indicator, and it could also be a short-term trigger as well. So it covers that temporal sort of problem that we always deal with, is when is it soon enough? Is this enough now? Are we looking at the bigger picture? What's the contextual information? I think human rights information does that. Of course, there's a lot of problems or issues with human rights information. The other thing I wanted to mention was data. So we have lots of data. Inform is brilliant, amazing data. In our team, we use global indices all the time. There's the Global Peace Index, somebody was saying yesterday, 119 countries less peaceful, I think was the point, than before. IDMC, looking at migration or internal displacement in this case. There's Reporters Without Borders, who looks at journalists. We were saying that the media landscape is shrinking, and that's actually a bellwether for how countries are faring. If the media landscape is shrinking, if you are restricting those people who are responsible to report on things happening in your country, then obviously that's an indication that things are not going that well in that particular country. So there is that information out there. Last year, I think IDMC's report came out and they said 83% of conflicts are, actually 80% of displacement is as a result of conflict and not natural disasters. Although, I mean, both are responsible for a variety of things, and they interact, of course, together. VDEM information, the Varieties of Democracy dataset, which I absolutely love to use because it's got long-term, longitudinal data. It's extremely useful to paint a picture of a country over time, and then you can add your short-term indicators or risk indicators there in as well. The World Inequality Report that said that, I have the quote here, I don't have my glasses, but it says 0.001% of the world's population controls 3 times as much wealth as the entire bottom half of humanity. I mean, that's just wrong. There's an issue there. It's clearly wrong. That it needs to be addressed. And then maybe lastly, to think about, if we look at indicators, they are, of course, always lagging. So it's always, you get the report and it's reporting on the previous year's issues. Although ACLED was saying that they're getting weekly data, which is great. But there's not always real-time information. We always talk about what's the real-time data. It's very difficult to get that. You can text mine, but you have to analyze, and that takes time. So another type of information as well is this. This LHHTM, the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, they did a comment on the WHO report that was released in June 2025. And they said that loneliness impacts 1 in 6 people across the globe. And so why is that? There's obviously a disconnect between what's happening in what the state should be doing, which is respect, promote, fulfill human rights, and what the duty bearer is experiencing. And surely, with all the big brains in this room, there's a way of codifying that in a way that tells us something about a particular country, about a particular population. So I will end it there, but I think, I mean, my pitch is really to say that I think there is frameworks, there's a lot of data. Yes, of course, you know, AI is there to make our lives easier, but as well, in the media, every day you read, it's like you're going to be left behind if you don't get on the AI bandwagon. I mean, I would say, can we think about what's going on in those black boxes somebody was mentioning yesterday? And can we think about the more nuanced data? I think UN Women, and I see the colleague here, that story was very powerful, because it explains in one situation about a woman that's reporting on local conditions, on what's happening. So how do you take that? And I'm sure we're going to say, well, it's expensive, let's think about the sustainability, but building AI systems is also expensive. There's a lot of money going into data centers and all the rest of it. So how is that more expensive than maybe trying to get that local information that we need to enrich the systems that we're using, to then talk to the decision makers that we are looking at to try and convince them. Maybe my final point, Alexander, is this idea that and somebody mentioned it again yesterday as well, this idea that we have to always convince. And I find it in my own organization, is always like, could you do the report differently and highlight this? Could you add more data and highlight this? In the end, there are lots of information. The human rights system has got loads of information. There's special rapporteurs, there's treaty body reporting, there's the Universal Periodic Review, there's Human Rights Watch, there's Amnesty, there's the local person on the ground who's telling you about the situation. I don't think we don't know what is happening in countries. I think we do. We just have to, maybe we need to be better at communicating. I think we are quite good already at communicating, but maybe we should also place the onus on decision makers and say, look, I mean, in the end, you have a role to play. You've got decisions to make. And Marlene said, either you don't take an action or you do, but in the end, that's on you as a decision maker. I can give you just so much information or so much data that will be coming out of my ears. Thanks, Alexander.
Thanks, Adrian. And I think there's a lot of food for thought for the discussion that we'll lead into shortly. And I think it would be great if we can delve into what the decision maker is in a little bit more detail, because I think this term has been used quite broadly over the last 2 days, but it's in a sense the elephant in the room. Who is our audience, and what are we trying to convince them to do, and what are our expectations of that audience, and are they realistic? With that note, Corley, you've been quite popular in this event. I think this is
not by design.
Not by design. Well, I see it as leading up to your grand and most important intervention. So I'm not going to give you a full introduction, if that's okay. I think everyone knows you. Thank you very much for outlining that amazing work from UNDP yesterday, and maybe hopefully today is a good chance to reflect on some of those broader issues that we're facing in the sector. So over to you.
So thank you very much, Alex, and thank you for the invitation to be on the panel. Yeah, I think this is actually a great opportunity to explain sort of how we are taking it forward, and if it's okay with you, I'm going to take a slightly more operational tack in terms of thinking about early warning, early action. So if you imagine, for those of you that know UNDP, I mean, we have a large presence, but mainly around governance, and we support our national partners and work collaboratively in UN country teams in terms of investing in development, encouraging development, protecting development gains, but also through that really trying to address those structural drivers that you spoke about. So the programming is taking place, in a sort of a very UN-esque way. So it's slow moving and it's very collaborative. But it sets basically a political economy also for us in terms of how we operate and exactly who the decision makers are and who decides. So that's one piece. Context that we are working in is characterized, as I said, by the systemic risk, by complexity, a lot of uncertainty, compounding effects. So we may think it goes well until there's a cost of living increase and it compounds dissatisfaction about joblessness, or or it coincides with the run-up to election. There are unfulfilled election promises, and it basically triggers events, social uprisings, and these kind of things. So that ability to understand where we are in the country, the context, and then be responsive is really part of the system that we want to support from. I'm in a HQ function, so I support our country offices in terms of the systems we provide and the technical support. A very important aspect that was mentioned yesterday also is, remember, our funding for this project work, the development programs at the country level, is earmarked. That means we don't have flexibility. So, this sort of idea of quick pivots is something that you need to engineer, or you need to create the capacity at country level to be able to pivot, to be able to take decisions on emerging risks. So therefore, we are taking a slightly sort of systems approach, if you like, to it, to really look at how can we evolve the institutional capability from reactive response to anticipatory action, from fragmented analysis to integrated risk intelligence, from early warning to decision support. And that's where the initiatives that we were talking about yesterday are really key to it. So if you can imagine, we start with a structured state data stack in terms of getting that available and accessible for our country teams. We have the Inform family of products. Then how we support the country teams is really to tailor and to contextualize, what is important in your country, what is important in terms of what UNDP is providing and investing in or delivering on in that country, and we tailor the risk dashboards for that. We also support the countries with scenarios. And this is really the important piece that we're bringing in terms of scenarios and foresight, is that it identifies the indicators, the signals that the country needs to track. Because otherwise, if it's just we know the human rights signals are always very important signals, but if you just have a massive amount of things to track, then it's really disempowering or disabling for the countries in terms of having the clear workflow or the business processes to be able to respond to it. Importantly, also, what we're trying to think about in how we support it is that we have not completely arbitrary, but we have this sort of division in terms of the horizons. So the long-term strategic planning, addressing structural drivers, mid-term adaptive planning and programming, so your opportunity to pivot if you see things there's growing dissatisfaction, loss of civic space, loss of access to justice, these kind of things, adaptive planning, and then really the short-term anticipatory, where we would escalate then engagement with partners or engagement through the UN team with our colleagues in with human rights advisors or with our political counterparts also here in the audience. In the UN system. So it's really creating that system that enables us to pick up on signals and then to pivot. And that's sort of part of how we've developed the capability, or we are developing the capability of UNDP to respond and to inform decisions. In that way, it's much more primed, if you like. Oops. Sound is on. It's much more primed, if you like, in terms of being the readiness to be able to take decisions. And you have a lesser degree of sort of explaining where it comes from, where it's going to, what the backdrop is. Better prioritization in the beginning, overall in terms of, the issues that we're going to focus on in terms of structural risk, more timely action, and then stronger impact in the capability or the ability of the organization to be able to respond. So that is how the approach that we are taking to early warning, and so it's not necessarily widening actually the number of signals, it's actually narrowing it down or being very much focused in terms of what is relevant and within the capability of the UNDP and as an organization, but then also the UN country team as a division of labor to be able to respond. Final point is that we really take a serious look and approach at capacity development also. So not only looking at, in this ecosystem, not only looking at our own standard operating procedures, business processes, these kind of things that, again, enables the decision-making pathway to run, but we also look at working with our counterparts and with technical experts in networks of our communities of practice to be able to refine not only the sort of the interpretation on the insights around these signals, but also, more importantly, really the so what. So what are the actions that we need to take and can take to be able to address some of these early warning signals? I'll stop there.
Thank you, Colleen. I'm going to use my moderator prerogative to immediately bounce the question back on you, just because I've got very bad short-term memory, but I think it's an important one. You're unique in the sense that you represent an organization where the analysis and the data underpinning that analysis is directly linked to your organization's operational planning and implementation in most cases. While many of us, I mean, at ACAPS, we're doing our best to create the analysis and throw it out to the wind and hope it lands well, which it does. We know it does. But it's a slightly different tension. I think many of us are in the same boat. Where do you think the hardest work is? Is it putting together those sophisticated early warning systems, the analysis, the data, pulling all together like you demonstrated yesterday, or it's connecting to those country programs, strategies, those horizons that you laid out? And if you can, just tell the audience what percentage of that work lies on either side. Because I think there's a bias towards the analysis, thinking that's the tough one. But anyway, I won't lead you. Let us know.
So first of all, I mean, we rely on the data that you guys produce. So, you know, our own internal data is we don't have the analytical capability. So we pull in data into our systems, and we're part of partnerships that are, you know, then taking it further, such as Inform in terms of the kind of forecasting and things like that. So one, the data is really important. But we have seen in this conversation over the last 2 days, you know, making it relevant and actually getting the organization to take decisions, or not only the organization. I mean, there's a kind of a span of control in terms of internally around the decisions that we can take, but then getting those decisions or those pivots to take place really takes some effort. So it's not automatic just because you have good data, you know, that everyone's going to agree, because as I said, we operate in a kind of political economy of factors at the country level. So it's not, even if you get crystal clear warnings, it's not in everyone's interest necessarily that change or pivot needs to take place. So it takes some work to be able to do the engagement, to do the convincing. So you have not a single decision also, you know, in terms of when there's a trigger or when there's a early warning sort of signal coming through. You have many decisions. You have the decision for UNDP to act, to take it up. You have then decisions in the country team to take it up, and then you have engagement with your stakeholders in country in terms of responses. So I think the sort of dispelling the notion that, you know, light flashes, action happens is, you know, it's not quite a movie set. So, you know, it takes a lot of work to get to the point where you can actually start to address some of those sort of issues that are cropping up in terms of, you know, as I said, where there's loss of social cohesion, you know, loss of access to justice. It doesn't need to be all political. It can be a deterioration of, you know, access to basic services. People don't have water anymore, they don't have food anymore, and these kind of things are all signals, but it's part of a context. Now, in terms of, I've been deliberately skirting your question about the percentages. So I don't know. I mean, the data is super important. So, you know, I think without good quality, reliable, timely, regular updates, you know, it's going to be much harder to take action. But as I said, you know, I think it depends on the context, but taking action is also not a a small investment of energy. So let's make it fair. Let's make it 50-50.
50-50. Sounds like we should have two sides, one where the warning comes out, and the other side where the receptive audience might be, the ear.
Well, we can ask the audience to vote.
Marlene, a question for you. Several of you have identified the challenge of triggering adequate response to early warning alerts. Do you see a risk that by focusing on weaker structural signals, precisely because they lack imminent urgency, the gap becomes even harder to close?
Well, I think to the contrary. I think if you have a more localized and more detailed analysis, you will have better information and data to react. The problem is, if you look at it at the global level, you will not have the same quality of data for all the contexts. So it will make it more difficult to have kind of this general overview. But if you are delving into one situation, you will find more information. So it's a yes, but answer.
Well, very similar question to you, Adrian, but I think it's a slightly different position. You can bring a nuance on it. So by broadening the scope of indicators and risk factors beyond observable violence, does this necessarily push early warning systems toward localization at regional, national, subnational levels, or can a global model capture structural risk meaningfully?
That's a tough question. I mean, global models have a role to play. So as I mentioned earlier, what our team is doing is we essentially swap the view. We're, of course, sitting regional, but we have our spokes going on to the various countries. So we're collecting that type of information that tells us something, of course, with the human rights view. We're the human rights office, so that's the information we really focus on. So we usually have this process of writing what the risk is based on that local information. But then we take the global view as well, and Index X is telling you this about this particular country. And I think with global indices, actually the most useful thing I find is not just I think somebody mentioned, I'm bringing up Inform, I apologize. They mentioned 6 point, I can see the Inform colleague there. They mentioned the value 6.5. But in fact, that tells you something, but the sub-indicators tells you way more. So, when we're looking at the global indices, I think, yes, it's great to look at the top-level thing. Tells you something. Maybe it compares countries, but, maybe it doesn't. And the local situation counts for more, I think. But it's more complicated to collect, we know. But the sub-indicators tells you a bit more. And so it's using both that sets of information to essentially make a case for, why should we act? Of course, we have been now day 2 in these discussions, and we know that the acting part is the bit that is sometimes missing. But sometimes that happens as well. Sometimes, surprisingly, people will act on those. So, we shouldn't take for granted that that's not happening. I think localization is super important. It's, of course, the thing that people say is the most expensive. It's the most time-consuming. There's biases. We spoke about biases. There's all biases in all kinds of data. I mean, as long as you take those particular things into consideration, it's not easy. And coming from the human rights background, I know that our data is siloed. It's everywhere. Everybody's writing particular reports. We've got hefty reports that we're trying to distill and get some sort of view of what's going on. I know that's complicated, but I don't think that's a reason for not really focusing on that and doing that. I hope I've answered sort of all around that question.
I think you took us in a few interesting
Yeah.
questions. It's for the benefit of the question. I think now is a good chance to maybe turn over to the floor. We'll take a group of 3, and I see 3 hands immediately. Over here first. And I'm going to quickly retrieve my pen, which is something a moderator should probably take with him.
Hello. Thank you for very important topics raised. I just want to share my frustration in general as UN staff, UN Women staff, and observing also the colleagues and discussions from yesterday to today that we have a lot of data, and data is evidence, right? And then clearly you mentioned that there is a communication gap, or we are missing the point, not bringing it to the attention to the duty bearers, decision makers. And I was just thinking that yesterday, Branka also mentioned in her opening speech, we need unprecedented cooperation. So maybe in this environment now that we have so many great minds who work on AI systems, data systems, there can be a solution that turns our data, our evidence into easy to communicate or easy to, or ready to use the data in a sense that it is reflected in decision-making panels or discussions, or it influences the decision or reaches to the decision makers. Because sometimes I feel like that we give this information, it's publicly available in open sources, etc., most of our data, but then it's not acted upon, and already, even today, we are discussing how to make it workable or usable so that we prevent crisis or risks or anything happening. Because in most of the cases, we react or respond. And then why do we have early warnings? What are we discussing? And how can we make, through AI systems or some, I don't know, new solutions so that it reaches and influences those who have to respond. We use it from local perspective because women cannot wait the second day because they are stuck and they need help right away, and we use other methods, advocacy, engagement, direct engagement with the duty bearers, but sometimes I feel like that we put so much work in the data production that we are also lost in our bureaucracies, and then it doesn't make to the light where it can be used broadly. So I don't know if it's a question or concern or frustration. How can we make this data more publicly available, influencing all the systems? And how can we create unprecedented solidarity to prevent the crisis and to influence decision makers not to put money in militarization and to put money in prevention and protection? Of course, they will still choose that, but how can we influence from the data and evidence that we produce so diligently? Thank you.
I think there's a few questions in there, so maybe we unpack those, because I heard the first question be how can we link data to action, which I think is a very important point. And the second one, it sounded like you're talking about institutional silos around the data and how we can maybe break down the walls that we create for ourselves in this process. Is that a good way to put the question? And maybe, I don't know who would like to answer, so I'm going to wait for hands.
I think one element is definitely to build in the thought about how this information and data is going to be used in the inception of the tool and the system you develop. Maybe it's also very much from where we are sitting and where I'm coming from, but the so what question is so important. I mean, I think in today's world it's just not good enough just to put out the report and the information is publicly available. You need to have the strategy in place from the beginning, and you need to discuss with the users, with the end users, what do they need? And decision makers, whoever it is, to then actually trigger an action. And I think our systems and our outputs should be catering specifically to those to address, and not just that, oh, we have a very nice length report or a very big data sheet, and then we don't know how to take it apart to then fill in these different gaps. Normally, it's not a one-size-fits-all answer, but you know, to how you can then cut and paste the different elements in the different places you need them to go.
I was thinking about, we had a colleague actually a person who's doing a doctoral study on SLAPPs, which isn't the SLAPP, but it's a strategic lawsuits against public participation. It's something that essentially companies do to silence people. So you go through the legal process, you can't afford to go through that legal process in the end. You know, you don't take that case up. And so there's not a lot of information on there, but there's some information. So there's some information, particularly in the Southeast Asia region, but I know also it's a particular thing in Southern Africa and East Africa as well. It's usually around environmental projects by large companies, etc. And the point this person was making, this brilliant lawyer, it was actually really good to listen to her, was one is you're collecting information on SLAPs because nobody really knows what that is about, don't necessarily understand how that translates to repression and exclusion of, let's say in this case, maybe environmental indigenous communities. And she said, okay, on one hand, we need the data. Yes, we got to tell, how many, what kind of legislation is being used, who are involved, all the things that we need to make a case. And then her second point was we need to be able to, and I'm sure you've heard this before, is that we need to tell the story, which I thought was really interesting coming from a lawyer, not just looking at the legalistic sort of framework, but actually having the lived experience of people. And she said she did this training with a group of lawyers in, I think, well, it was in Bangkok, all from a very legalistic background. And they actually had people there as part of the training explaining how they've been impacted in a variety of countries, not naming names, but in Southeast Asia, and how that's impacted them. How has the SLAPs impacted them? And that gave, of course, I'm hearing the secondhand from her, but that gave such a much more appreciation, and the lawyers being part of that training, to hear that story. And I think that's important. I mean, I guess we got to invest in that type of thing, but we have to be able to tell the lived experience, because I think grievances, repression, those types of things, I mean, if we look at the world today, there's a lot of grievances that doesn't get expressed. It gets expressed in other ways. And there's also a lot of repression. There's a lot of repression on fundamental freedoms, the right to protest, for example, the right to associate. So I think telling those stories, getting those voices heard, I know I mentioned that before, but I think that's super important. We've got to be able to bring that to also, the people who work on those issues, so they don't just see it in black and white, but actually know that, in fact, people in the end are impacted. And we gotta, we have to try and do that as much as possible.
So connecting as much as possible the information really from the mouths of those affected to those who are involved in the space, even if it doesn't involve going public, in which case it would be far too sensitive. There was a question, I think it was, I don't know who, there was a, okay, maybe the gentleman next, and then over here, the lady, blonde, at the back.
Well, thank you very much for a great panel in the morning. Johan Eldebo from World Vision. I was reminded of an article in a research project that we worked on a couple of years ago with CIC that we had a working title for that was called Being Right is Not Good Enough. And there was a couple of different reasons for that, but one of them was the timeliness of analysis in contrast to certainty. What we found was that the more data was available and the more data that decision makers were expecting, the more they desired to be certain before doing things, which essentially meant that, perhaps paradoxically, to make a good decision at the right time, you had to be willing to be more uncertain despite you having access to more data. So I guess the question from an analytical angle to the panel here is, to what extent should analysts work on enabling decision makers to be willing to be uncertain in order to make the right decision at the right time?
Maybe we'll take the second question.
Hello. I'll stand so that I can see all three of you. Hello, thank you for your wonderful introductions and session this morning. My name is Tegan Hood, and I work in multi-hazard planning and analysis, particularly with education systems. And my question goes across each of your discussions this morning, in particularly looking at how we are using the right signals to enable our capability for preventative action at kind of an immediate threat that's occurring, but also going back to this 3 horizons of structural constraints. We know that education is both a driver of stability and instability, but also one of the fastest systems to be affected by hazards or conflict. And so how we can maintain progress towards that element of education for stability in times of conflict, displacement, and natural hazards, but also going to the topics of how to maintain, and perhaps this is the question of decision makers, cooperation across multiple agencies, departments, and communities that need to be involved in that type of planning. And if you can share any of your thoughts and particular practices that you have used in that space. Thank you.
So some very rich questions there. I don't know, Corley, would you like to immediately answer perhaps the second question? Or would you
Yeah, I can address both, maybe. Maybe just to start off with the question around uncertainty. So I think that is very much part of what we're trying to accommodate in our sort of ecosystem in crisis risk analytics, is that there's going to be a piece that we just simply don't know. And getting a level of comfort with we won't know, or we will need to do some more work to see whether there are pieces that we can put together in terms of knowing more, dealing with that uncertainty. Part of the sort of our own internal kind of response or medicine for that is to make sure that we make the decision loops, the cycles, shorter. So, the more uncertain, the shorter you make it. And really, it can be anything sort of from a half-yearly to quarterly or to weeks. And we also, that's the one thing. The other thing that we do is that we have developed kind of crisis-aligned methodologies for scenarios and for foresight exercises. I.e., instead of a 3-day exercise, we have a methodology for 90 minutes. So that's a way also to give country teams different options, identify blind spots, identify where exactly are the pieces, if they don't know it, that they don't know. So, I mean, that is ways to address uncertainty. But I think from an institutional point of view, that chunk we definitely need to incorporate as this is part of the way it's going to be, and the basis for decision making going forward is there's a piece that you would just need to take the risk. On the cross-sectoral work, that is very much part of what we see as well as a sort of a systems approach, and it comes back to the question around prevention as well. Addressing structural drivers, a lot of these things are maybe not in your sector. So we have been investing in developing guidance and collaboration across different sectors, including the financial sector. Looking at conflict sensitivity and these kind of things, looking at the domestic financial ecosystem, the role of national development banks, the role of public finance management, because this is where the decisions are being taken in terms of where the money goes or where to other spending. Whether it is by design or whether it's because of a natural hazard or a climate disaster and these kind of things that the government really don't have a choice in terms of redirecting those resources. So starting upstream, I know it's a very long way from our early warning signals, but starting upstream again is really part of the solution that creates the enabling conditions for you to pivot when it really is sort of things are starting to cascade.
And I think a comment of my own on the certainty question, I also detected perhaps the issue was not so much about how we communicate uncertainty, that there's uncertainty across all of the data, and the more certain the data was provided, the more uncertain the decision maker was. So perhaps the question is, how do we decide to communicate uncertainty in our information, which will always be present, which puts a little bit more, yeah.
But I mean, yes, I mean, we need good quality data, robust methodologies and these kind of things, but that always is part of an input into another sea of information and perspectives that we'll need to mediate. So I think, I agree that the uncertainty, maybe that is used also more as a reasoning to postpone decisions or to put it off, So, I think that we need to think about getting the best available data, but realizing that will always only be a part of the inputs that are used for the decisions.
Marlene?
I can maybe add also to the uncertainty question, the being right is not good enough. I find that very telling, but we also have another sentence that we often have is like, we told you so is also not good enough, because oftentimes that's the feeling we get, and that's exactly when things fail. So you have the early warning sign, you do the analysis, you are told maybe you do more analysis, and then, well, 1 year later down the line, there we are, and that's the feeling that is very frustrating and is very challenging to, to overcome. And I definitely agree to the being right is not good enough. We cannot, you cannot assess the impact with just being, well, that we were right in predicting. That's just not the reason why you do the predictions for me. So we go back to the impact and what do we actually do the predictions and the early warning for.
Yeah, maybe quickly. I mean, it's the 16th of June, 2026. It's a shout out to South Africa. Today is actually Youth Day in South Africa. So if you know the history, 50 years ago, 20,000 students marched in Soweto, got severely repressed, hundreds of people died, and they were protesting against, the implementation of a language policy. So the question around education, I mean, if we look at today of what's going on in the world, you can name Bangladesh, Nepal, you can go further in Kenya, Madagascar, even in South Africa. There is a lot of issues bubbling under the surface that we actually know should be, because there's grievances that's not being heard from those in the, younger people, dare I say, in the education system that goes through a system that essentially promises them something, and that something never materializes. So of course there's going to be contestation. So historically it tells us something, but also today we know that these are the signs that we need to look out for. It's not random signals that are just floating around. They're very key signals that says that a system is under stress, and we're not 100% certain, for sure, as the gentleman said. We never can be, but we have many examples of where that's turned in a way that we might have not thought of. So we need to take action.
Thank you, Adrian. I think we've just reached time, so sorry for anyone else who has more questions. I don't know if we have a few more minutes for questions. It's fine? Okay. Yes, the gentleman here, and then the lady second.
Thank you so much. Very interesting panel. To the question about the ever-elusive decision maker, I think having reflected on this for a long time, 10 years in the UN system, I think I've given up on thinking of decision makers when we prepare information products. This is not a controversial point. It's more a point about everybody is a stakeholder. Everybody has a constituency they need to convince. And everybody, for the most part, are seeking to avoid accountability. And so if we design our information products around sort of those basic concepts, the tech industry has figured this out, ages ago. So when they design products and services, they're addictive. They can, they pull you in. And I think as in our community, I'm wondering whether we should start reflecting on the information products we then produce. Can they speak to those two elements, and stop thinking of, there's not going to be a Deus ex machina come in and solve your problem for you. It's just not how the world works.
Lori Mancelli from the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs, so that kind of cues you where I'm headed with my question. But thank you so much for the presentations and the very interesting information. I'm kind of going back to something in the title of the session on the right signals. And I've heard over the course of this panel a lot of different global and national indices and associations you draw on. And I was wondering, it is quite a wide range across sectors, and I was wondering to what extent weapons-related data is being pulled into some of these analyses. I haven't heard a lot on security sector information arms flows, seizures, thefts, things like that. So just kind of curious to hear how some of these factors are also considered.
Well, I think there's a very interesting comment that was made, more than a question, unless you want to but it was for Adrian. Yes, I think it was.
Who is this elusive decision maker? Who is he or she or they or them?
Where are they?
Yeah. No, you're right. I mean, in the end, we're all also in our own work accountable. In the UN system, if you don't know, of course you do. It's bureaucratic, it's slow, but there are ways of making information available. So there's something called the Call to Action for Human Rights, Secretary General initiative. The idea is you get all these people together in one room, and you have, either you do scenario planning, as Coralie said, or you talk about certain issues. Maybe an election is coming up, so you want, as they call them in the UN country teams, with all these various agencies, you want them to get a shared understanding of what's happening. And in fact, those are then the decision makers, because you're sitting in a room, which is terrifying, by the way, of all these heads of agencies that, of course, know how the system works, they know their country, and you go in and you tell them, maybe some issues you are missing. I mean, the onus is on us, of course. We have to be accountable on that, on the information we set out. And somebody mentioned yesterday about, you got to be transparent about how you set out information. And I think the person from the floor was asking, well, what about, bad actors? We've got to take that into consideration. It's not all good and bad. They are also bad people. We got to take responsibility, basically, for the information we set out. So that's us making that decision. So we're part of the loop. Then you're talking to these heads of agencies. They are part of the decision-making system that then either they make a decision there in that environment or they pushes it further. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. We always tend to think where is this entity that gives you the thumbs up or thumbs down in the end, and it's probably going to be forever elusive. So I guess you make the strongest point. You take the onus on yourself. You're accountable for the things you produce, and you also shift that onto those people around you, right? You say, okay, but this is the shared understanding of everybody in this room. And I know you said we told you so is something OHHR says a lot, but for sure. I mean, that's also powerful. You got to say, at the end, we're not 100% certain, we're 80% certain, as the gentleman said over there, but you're accountable. I think that thing we need to stress as much as possible.
And does anyone want to comment on the quite specific question about weapons, as I understand it, tracking in our databases and our different because there's many different analysis streams I think you could speak to on this. So, Marlene?
I mean, I can come in on that. It's very particular, happy to discuss. I mean, in specific context, yes. On the global overall systems, we don't have an integrated way of using that. But it's not like we are just ignoring it, but we have to be context specific, I think, to use it in a best way. Also, coming back to decision makers, I think we also need to create the awareness that we are all also decision makers in our own work area. So it's not, as you say, this one person that just takes the final decision. I think we all, on a daily basis, have a responsibility to act. And I think one way to present the information is also to act is not only the right thing to do, but it's often the smart thing to do, because we have seen so many times also the institutional failures that were assessed. If you are as old as me, you remember human rights up front and other assessments of systemic failures of the UN to act. I mean, there is an issue at stake there, and you need to be clear that there is a risk for ignoring early warning signs.
And I think just to make a comment from ACAP's side on the weapons question, because it's a very specific one, but I think in a time where aid workers are getting attacked at an incredibly huge rate compared to what we had before, and we also have technological innovations such as drones, which means some actors are now targeting aid workers, and it's hard to attribute blame and have any accountability mechanisms. I think forensic kind of approaches to weapons tracking is actually important for our sector, especially if we want to understand from it, even from human rights, who did the attack, and it's harder and harder to do that with can go to a shop and buy a small drone and figure it out yourself. So that's, I don't know if we have any more time for questions. I think we're up. I think just got a last comment from myself that the kind of prevailing theme I felt came out from this panel, which I very much enjoyed, is that maybe we need to revisit this balance between what has been a big part of the narrative, understandably so, that we have to be cold, sterile, data-driven truth tellers, and maybe think a little bit more about being compelling storytellers. So with that, I'd like to bring the panel to a close. Thank you very much, and looking forward to the next session.
Thank you.
An excellent opening panel. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite the next group of speakers for the first lightning round of the day. This is Christopher Tuckwood, Thomas Morgan, and Jerome Galagade. So we are going to situate you all on stage and invite you one at a time to deliver your 10-minute presentations. Please join us on stage. So our very first speaker is Christopher Tuckwood with the presentation Seeing Small Signs, Developing a Community-Focused Approach to Violence Early Warning. You can, of course, choose to sit there or come up to the podium. It's completely up to you. Welcome.
That's good. That's good. Could you restart the timer for me as well, please? All right, there we are. Yeah, well, okay. That kind of broke the ice, I suppose, if there was any ice to be broken. Thanks, everybody, for giving me this opportunity to talk about my organization's work, specifically what we're doing with regard to developing early warning at the localized level, and of course also early action to accompany that. So to give you a bit of background, my organization, the Sentinel Project, is an NGO dedicated to assisting communities that are threatened by mass atrocities around the world. And we have two pillars to that mission, one being direct cooperation with the people in harm's way, and the other being the innovative use of technology. I usually give fairly equal time to both of those pillars, but today I'm going to focus just on the cooperation aspect, because that's really, I think, the most relevant point for what we're going over today, or at this conference in general, regardless of what the specific tools are that are used in a given context. And just to give a note, when we mention assistance, that can take various different forms. Of course, the ideal is always prevention of violence, but we recognize that that's not always possible. So we also look at mitigation and what it is that we can do to help communities have a better chance of basically navigating dangerous situations and reducing the impact of violence. So the localization aspect for us is really important for a few different reasons. One is that all atrocities are local, and what we mean by that is that even in the largest scale campaigns of violence, ultimately those things are implemented in multiple different places over a long time frame and in various different ways. For example, even the largest genocide consists of potentially hundreds of massacres that don't happen simultaneously. They happen again, in many different places over the course of months or potentially years. And there might be also local variation in the way that violence unfolds, which then means that there's also local variation in how we can predict and theoretically prevent or mitigate that violence. The other reason why why it's so important to work on localization is that local community members are not just victims, but also first responders, much as is the case in natural disasters in a lot of cases. As we all know very well, it's generally the case that any sort of external intervention or assistance, if it comes at all, which is not a given, is often very delayed and inadequate. And so the people who we know who are definitely going to be on the ground dealing with these issues first and foremost are the people who are actually targeted themselves. And so that's why our goal is to work with them to better recognize the warning signs and then also the effective measures that could be put in place in response to those warning signs. And what that really means then is that supporting their preparation and resilience in the face of violence is critical. So a lot of these ideas actually have been part of our organization for a very long time, really right from the beginning of when we started. But we've spent a lot of our time over the last more than a decade now actually working in a different area, what we call misinformation management. So this has been a lot of work on setting up systems that engage members of the public in the process of monitoring, verifying, and stopping the spread of harmful rumors and misinformation that contribute to violence. And in the course of doing that, we've learned quite a few lessons. I could easily talk about this topic for an hour. But the main things that we've learned are the importance of responsiveness and having a two-way flow of information with communities. We don't work on just being extractive in terms of data. The idea is always to be particularly taking a crowdsourcing approach, although not strictly a crowdsourcing approach, to identify the information needs of communities and then respond to those, ideally with their input in in a constant process of giving feedback, recognizing their information needs, and then filling in their self-identified information gaps. And that's relevant because we feel that the same general approach can be applied to early warning as well. And in fact, we've kind of, in some ways, fallen into doing early warning over the years as we've worked with communities and recognized the different warning signs that have come up, even in the context just of misinformation management. So another reason why localization is really important when it comes to actually monitoring is that there are gaps between events on the ground and reports, particularly when it comes to national or international reporting of things that are happening in, let's say, conflict zones. And this is all the more true when it comes to relatively small-scale events that are happening in remote or marginalized areas. There are, in some of the countries where we've worked, like South Sudan and DRC, there are, on an almost daily basis, violent incidents that if they happened in other countries would garner significant media attention, but don't really make it beyond the local information ecosystem, if at all, if they're even really recognized as being significant locally. They are significant, of course, but not necessarily in a newsworthy sense, so to speak. But they're very significant, obviously, for the people who are affected and from an early warning perspective. So working with local communities and using the right mechanisms for gathering and disseminating information helps us to overcome that gap. Community consultations are a really critical part of what we do because they enable us, as I've kind of alluded to already, to identify what are the locally relevant indicators, and I'll come on to that shortly, but then also the locally relevant responses that correspond to those indicators. If we don't have those consultations, really talking to the people who are most affected to identify what it is that is relevant to them, then we're not going to be very effective in trying to assist them. And as I've already kind of also alluded to, those people who are living in these situations on the ground every day of their lives are able to observe things, and I'll also come on to this in a moment as I start to sort of draw this all together, they're able to observe things that are not really observable by any other means. Small local signs that don't show up on social media or in the news media or anywhere else that can be gathered or monitored remotely. So I'm not going to go in detail through this table. It just gives some examples, more hypothetical examples of indicators that we've identified as likely being relevant in a lot of different scenarios, and also the information sources that could be used to monitor and measure them. We've also done, as I've been mentioning, community consultations, especially within the last couple of years. We did quite a few in South Sudan to talk about locally relevant things. And just to give you an example of some of those signs that are impossible to monitor remotely, we had people tell us about things like not just changes in military deployments, but changes in the dress and demeanor of soldiers who are part of existing military deployments. So the way that they interact with local people, just kind of their mood. Things like changes in local market prices, water deliveries, et cetera. These are, again, things that you just can't observe from afar, certainly not internationally. So that local engagement and that local reporting is really critical. And lastly, just to bring it all together, we see this as being implemented in a cyclical nature. Ideally, we would be following this cycle of direction, collection, and analysis of this data on a daily basis across all of the geographies where we would implement such a project. And at each one of these stages, local communities would be involved. It's not just about doing the initial consultations. It's not just about them reporting so that we extract data. We also want to engage those communities in the analysis stage of things to really understand what it is that all of the different indicators mean when you put them together. And then also the direction stage, which I should note then branches off into dissemination and response actions. So, those again, as I've mentioned, are things that could be determined in cooperation with the relevant communities, ranging from everything from just broadcasting alerts, disseminating alerts to the affected communities, up to implementing contingency plans for things like evacuations to safe zones. And so I'll leave it there, and just once again, thank you everybody for your attention. Again, this is something I could go on about for quite a long time. If anyone's interested in sharing your thoughts on this, ideas for how to improve the idea or ways that we could collaborate, please let me know. I'll be around for the rest of the day, or otherwise you can feel free to contact me by email. Thank you.
Sorry. Our next speaker now is Thomas Morgan with the LLM as an expert conflict coder, a structured adjudication methodology and its limits.
Great, thanks. That's all coming through? Excellent. So I'm here speaking on behalf of the Institute for Economics and Peace. If you're not familiar with our organization, we're a think tank that's based in Sydney in Australia. We're probably most well known for the Global Peace Index. The latest version of the Global Peace Index came out just last year. Sorry, can we reset the timer? Sorry. Excellent, thank you. We are traditionally an organization that does not collect data, or at least does not collect primary data. We are a user and a translator of data from other organizations, many of whom are in the room today. So for example, when I'm producing the Global Peace Index, we rely extensively on ACLED data and on UCP data. However, what we're finding in the era of generative AI is that there are a lot more possibilities and certainly a lot more expectations on the research team in terms of producing data using AI. I'm certainly not the only person in this room who has been asked when it comes to an analysis or data collection task, can't we just use AI for that? If I had $1 for every time I've been asked that, I'd be a rich man. So we've been trying to identify areas in which we can use AI for primary data generation in a way that is methodologically sound, that is feasible, and that is also useful for us as an organization. And the area that we settled on was in relation to human-coded data or expert-coded data. I think most people in the room would be familiar with this kind of data, but if you're not, essentially you have some underlying concept or phenomenon that you want to measure that might be too complex or too abstract to capture with traditional quantitative approaches. You develop a scale which looks at the intensity of this particular phenomenon. Is it low? Is it medium? Is it high? And then you have a human makes a decision, typically for a country-year pairing, where does one country in 1 year sit on this particular scale. And there are different ways of approaching this. So an organization like VDEM is pooling the collected opinions of hundreds or thousands of experts. Organization like the Political Terror Scale has a very well-defined set of inputs that they use to make the assessment. So they're using Amnesty International reports, State Department reports. And then there are lots of course, just private organizations who have fairly opaque methodologies and charge a lot of money for things like country risk reports, geopolitical risk reports. Just bracketing out the methodological concerns with this kind of approach, all of these approaches have a particular problem in common in that it takes a lot of money and it takes a lot of time to produce these kind of indicators. So there's a growing body of literature which is basically looking at, can you use LLMs to do this kind of assessment? To boil it down very crudely, instead of asking a human to make the assessment, you're asking ChatGPT, you're asking Claude, you're asking Gemini. So we're trying to develop a methodology around this. We've tried it in a couple of different ways. So 3 projects that we're using this on. The first, which was the real test case for us, was looking at indicators related to conflict escalation. So looking at the literature on conflict escalation, looking at those factors which were hard to measure quantitatively. So things like fratricidal coercion. So does an army employ blocking units to shoot deserters? The use of heavy weapons by rebel groups. Conflict instrumentalization. So has the conflict evolved beyond the stage of a sort of a local ethnic conflict to be subsumed into a broader ideological conflict and so on. So that was the first approach. The second approach that we've used in the Global Peace Index this year was completely replacing an indicator that we relied on a private subscription service for. It's called intensity of armed conflict. It measures the kind of latent level or ambient level of conflict within a country. So things like if a country's at an institutional impasse, does it have baseline structural grievances? Those kind of things which are hard to capture quantitatively. And then the third approach was looking at, which is currently in development, is looking at the implementation of peace agreements, which is a fairly well-defined problem. It already has an existing scoring scale that we can draw on. So that's what is currently in development for us. So how do you go about putting this kind of thing together using an LLM? So there's a number of different components. Firstly, you need a defined ordinal scale. So you're trying to develop this in a way where it's drawn from the literature. There's also decisions to be made around the number of levels that you use in the scale. There's a trade-off between complexity. If you have too many levels in the scale, it may be more granular, more useful, but then the decisions made by the LLM tend to collapse into each other, for example. You need a detailed coding rubric. And one of the things that we found is particularly important is giving very well-defined event triggers for each level. You want to make the interpretation task for the LLM as simple as possible. So in our intensity of internal conflict scale indicator, for example, level 8, there needs to be evidence of an official state of emergency or similar measures in order for a country to meet that threshold. The third thing you want to do is to have country year anchors. That is to give specific examples to the model of where countries in previous years have met this threshold. So what does it mean for a country to be at level 1, a country to be at level 5, a country to be at level 8? Well, that's equivalent to, say, Northern Ireland in 1971. So it can draw on its training data and use that example to make assessments of other countries in other years. And then finally, in some approaches, you want to develop a set of curated text inputs. So I'm sure many people in the room are familiar with how you set up a RAG. So basically, you're saying the model can only make decisions based on the information that it's specifically been given. But there's also another way to do it, which is sometimes referred to as the LLM as oracle or the LLM as judge approach, where you're essentially letting the LLM be a free-reigning expert, draw on all of its training data. It's not constrained to a particular set of inputs. So this is just an example of some of the ordinal scales for some of the selected projects, how they work, just in the interest of time. I won't go into them too much, but on the left-hand side, example of the scale we use for fratricidal coercion. In the middle, the intensity of internal conflict scale that we use. So the kind of meat of the approach is how do you stop the LLM from doing the kind of LLM things that we're all familiar with, like hallucinating or being overly confident in its results. In a certain sense, hallucination is kind of one of the easier problems to deal with, in that frontier models now tend to hallucinate less, but also that when a model hallucinates, it's either obvious or easily checkable. So if you're doing the intensity of internal conflict indicator score and it says that Australia should be a 9 out of 9 for conflict because the Great Emu War occurred in 2024, you can go back and check the Great Emu War actually occurred in 1932. That's a real thing if anyone's interested in looking that up in Wikipedia afterwards. The real issue is what was mentioned in the first panel discussion yesterday, which is that LLMs will produce plausible sounding results with a great deal of confidence, and then when challenged on it, will withdraw or rescind that assessment immediately. So we're trying to develop a methodology which gets around that problem. We've had a 3-step approach. This is based on the sort of emerging literature on what is best practice in this area. It's a very fast evolving area, so I'm sure some of this approach is already out of date. But essentially, we force the model to make a level-by-level evaluation. One of the problems is if you ask an LLM to produce a score and a justification at the same time, it will produce the score and then produce a justification for the score. So it's arguing from the score to the evidence rather than from the evidence to the score. So we force the model to make an assessment against all 9 levels in the scale, saying whether the conditions for that score have been partially met, have been fully met, or have not been met. It then takes that evidence from each level and it assembles that into a single thing. In the second stage, it then uses that to make the score. So it's an attempt to try and get the model to argue from evidence to the score rather than the other way around. And then in the third phase, we have what we're calling adjacent boundary rejection, which is just a fancy way of saying if the model gives a score of 5, it has to explicitly justify why it hasn't given a score of 6. So why doesn't this country year pairing meet the criteria for a score of 6? And then why has it exceeded the score for level 4? And all of this creates if nothing else, at least a paper trail in terms of how a decision has been made. So you have additional information in terms of how, if you're auditing the results, if you want to have a human come in and check the results over the top, there's a process, there's a trail in place, so in order those adjustments can be made. And this is what we ended up with for the intensity of internal conflict score. This is 20 years worth of data for the GPI. I think one of the reasons why this approach is going to become more increasingly common is that you can do this so quickly and so cheaply. In terms of what we were paying for this data previously, being able to produce 20 years worth of data for essentially like 5% of the cost. So in terms of money, it's pennies on the dollar. In terms of time, it's seconds on the hour. Just again, bracketing out the methodological concerns, it's just simply so quick and so powerful to produce data with this kind of approach. I've only got 1 minute left, so it says 3 methodological issues. I certainly wouldn't want to, for the technical people in the room, suggest that these are the only methodological issues. There are lots of methodological issues. What happens if the model you're using is discontinued? That happened to us. What do you set the temperature of the model at? Would you want to be encouraging variation between the same model, or do you want it to produce the exact same results every time? What do you do if, for countries where there is just less coverage in the training data and so on? All very good points, all very happy to talk about them later. So with 30 seconds left, I'm actually just going to jump straight to, I think, what is the most important methodological concern, which is that self-consistency does not imply validity. So in doing this approach, we tried to test it to check for validity. So we had various models that we ran it with. We had a human expert, and then we had 2 junior researchers go through the same process with the same scoring scale. What we found is that the models are internally self-consistent. LLMs agree with themselves over different runs. They agree with each other. Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, they get along famously. When we compared them to our results from our expert, we found that if the question is well-defined, then we see good agreement between experts and LLMs. If you have an indicator which is a bit more conceptually difficult, something like fratricidal coercion, as you can see, there's actually negative agreement in that instance between human and expert coders. So to sum it up very quickly, it's the refrain that you're hearing constantly across most of the presentations. AI can't replace human expertise, but it certainly can supplement. Very happy to discuss any of the methodological issues afterwards. And yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Now for our last lightning talk speaker, Jerome Galagade with SOMREP Sadal Early Warning System. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm Jerome. I represent Somali Resilience Program, SOMREP, which is a consortium of 8 NGOs, started in 2011 after the Somali famine, and the organizations are represented down there, and this consortium is housed within World Vision International. SADAL. So SADAL means predict. And this is an early warning system that was developed around 2021, 2022. And it was developed as a result of several observations in terms of how, I think the language has been the same throughout from yesterday, how do we act before the shock or before the hazard strikes? And great. So one of the key things that happens in Somalia is the cyclic of shocks. So this has to do with the drought and rainfall, floods and river flow, market volatility, and all this affects the households that we work with. Somali Resilience Program is a resilience program, and therefore the aim is to build the resilience capacities from the different shocks and stresses. And all this now leads to several impacts, all the compounding risks. They lead to livelihood loss, at the same time resource competition, but also local tension and instability. And this matters a lot because all these risks are not operating in isolation. And sometimes small signals can quickly escalate into something big and obviously which leads to loss of livelihoods, displacement, and obviously tension within the communities. And in terms of information, this exists. But at the same time, how do we act on this information in a timely manner, and also how does it get to be trusted by the people that need to use that information to act? And this is where the SADA system was developed. And it was a system that was developed together with the government, specifically in Somalia, it's the Southwest government. And the aim was to use the government, work with the communities that we work with from the resilience programming, and make sure that they are able to utilize the system. And in terms of how this was developed, so SADA system, as I mentioned earlier, looks at the different shocks, stresses, the climatic shocks that we experience, the market volatility and everything. One of the key things that we did was to do a historical trend of all these indicators that the system will be tracking. And from those trends, determine the thresholds that should be used as triggers for action that needs to be taken. And in this case, how do we also get the communities involved? In the first development phase of the system, it was more focused on the climate, the science behind the climate, and it was more on the scientific side, but also the use of AI to make sure that it's able to process all this data and determine the thresholds, and also then what kind of action or preparedness needs to be taken by the communities. And one key thing that we had to do was to ensure that the isolated way in terms of information that was available on the different risks that exist and the different shocks. And the SADA system comes to address that or to integrate that and process that as interrelated events. And this now, the system is able to translate this information into practical signals and analysis and decision support. And one of the key things that was there was to make sure that the SADA system provides the necessary early warning information for the communities to work with. As highlighted earlier on, these are the different inputs were from, we had sources from FAO, SWALIM, FSNU, ECPAC, and also the weather stations that exist in different locations, but also the communities themselves reporting. One of the key things that we have to deal with, especially for the communities, was how do we get them to interact with the system? How do we deal with the barrier of literacy levels and everything? And that's where we had to introduce the SMS, but also the voice using the IVR, so that the communities are able to also, through the community structures, they're able to use the system, interact with the systems through the voice recording and everything. And the system, through that, from the science side, using AI, but also from the community feedback and providing of this different information, then the analysis that happens through the AI, then timely alerts are produced. These warnings are based, as I mentioned, from the historical data and the thresholds that exist that were determined. And the system is able to also highlight the analysis. One of the key things that I wanted to highlight about the system and the interaction that it had with the community is the fact that the communities had already existing indigenous knowledge of early warning, of what is about to happen based on the indigenous knowledge. And we had the science side of things, which the system now was used to develop. And this was one of the key things that we had to work with and interact with the communities and work with the communities to ensure the legitimacy and the trust in terms of the information that needs to be used. One of the key things that we noted was that helped to allow the communities to use the information as it comes. So I know that in the next session, that's where we're going to talk more about the trust and the use of the information. But one of the things that we had to make sure that we're sensitive about was the system working together with the authorities, but also the community members that are supposed to be the user of the information, to make sure that the information that gets to be disseminated is trusted and is also acted upon. But at the same time, how recognizing that there are different actors and different signals means different things to different actors, making sure that each and every actor and the stakeholder within the system, they are aware and they trust and they understand the information and what action they need to take. I remember one of the examples that I'll be able to show earlier on was on the flooding that was supposed to happen. But before I get there, this is just the value chain of the SADAR early warning system that shows the different indicators that we track and the analysis that goes through as the data gets to be inputted into the system and the warnings that the system is able to generate to ensure alerts are sent and the action that the communities need to take and the different actors also need to make sure that they are aware of and then act accordingly. So these are the different users, as I mentioned earlier on. The communities are there through the community governance structures, early warning committees, to understand the information, the alerts, and translate them to the fellow community members, but also to feedback into the system based on their understanding and indigenous knowledge of the different warnings that exist for them to take necessary action. And that ensures the feedback loop and the interaction with the science behind the system. But also the local authorities that are the coordination unit that ensures that this is an impending shock and what actions that we need to take and what actors need to be involved. But at the same time, how do these warnings get to be now to inform decision support and the resources allocation by the different actors. And this is where the humanitarian actors come in now to ensure that there is that prioritization, but also rework or refine targeting and the scenario planning, but at the same time, positioning resources accordingly based on the needs as per the early warning. So this is just showing the involvement of the communities in terms of the local knowledge that exists around some of the early warnings that exist from the different shocks that they experience, but at the same time also how do they do the sense making of the science behind it and also the blend with the indigenous knowledge. This is an example that I was highlighting that the system was able to highlight and flag out an impending flooding that was coming for the river Shabelle, which obviously gets its waters from the Ethiopian highlands, and the rising levels obviously indicated an imminent flood. And this was now communicated by the government, the Minister of Disaster and Humanitarian Affairs, with the different line ministries and actors, then coordinating the issuance of and the dissemination of the warning bulletins to communities and local authorities. And that helped to avert one of the almost every now and then a phenomenon where floods would obviously catch people unawares, and obviously there's a loss of livelihood, loss of life and assets. And this is how the system now is able to prevent that. This is just an example of what the system is able to generate as a report, and this is specifically for a rainfall indicator. And as you can see, it provides specific analysis of specific locations and what that entails based on the historical data and what actions need to be taken. So this is how the report ends, as you can see from the recommendations, the trend, and the drivers. and how then from this report, different actors sit down, and that helps to ensure that there is in terms of decision making, but also in terms of resource allocation, but also in terms of dissemination of that information through the community-based structures and the different actors allocating the necessary resources. I will discuss more in the next panel discussion on what are the bottlenecks that are existing there and how are we navigating such challenges or bottlenecks as part of implementing over time this system. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the first lightning round of the day. As you all know, we started a little late as the room was filling up, and we will try to make up for that time now during the coffee break. So we are going to start the program again at 11 sharp. To those of you who are joining the FBR workshop, you enter through the door right over there and just go up the stairs. The main program, however, will continue in this room. And I would like to send out a friendly reminder to all the speakers on the next panel and also the following lightning round to please go and collect your headset during the break. And then we'll meet again at 11. Thank you.
Oh, and actually, or
All right, everyone, it is time to get started. Next up is a panel from the Danish Refugee Council on the topic Closing the Action Gap from Signals to Systems for Anticipating the Impacts of Fragility, Conflict, and Violence. I will hand over to Anna-Lena.
thanks, Angelica. Hello, everyone. Okay, set to get started and continue the thread that's prominent today, and that is looking at how we can use the richness of early warning signals, conflict early warning, to inform preemptive action, early reaction, and set up the governance and decision-making rules to allow better use of predictive information and mitigate the impact of conflict-driven crises. I'll set the scene briefly. So for this panel, we want to adopt the approach or the definition prominently used in the humanitarian sector when it comes to anticipatory action. The most broadly accepted definition defines anticipatory action as interventions taken with the aim of preventing and reducing the impacts on lives, livelihoods, and humanitarian needs of predictable crises before the needs fully unfold. Anticipatory action works best if the system, the architecture around it is pre-established, pre-agreed before a crisis hits, before a forecast and an early warning signals that an imminent risk or threat is on the horizon. It builds around three system components. One is triggers, risk thresholds set on credible forecast information and predictive analytics. But then also pre-agreed actions designed in a way as to mitigate the expected impact of the hazard we're trying to address and taken ahead of the peak impact of that predictable shock. But a key element is also the pre-allocation of finance attached to that system. So making sure that once early warning signals detect a risk on the horizon, funding is automatically dispersed, implementing agencies, local authorities, and community stakeholders can implement action on the ground and are not restricted by lack of financing or reactive emergency appeal cycles. Humanitarian anticipatory action has grown from a niche approach that came about around a decade ago in the humanitarian sector to really a more broadly accepted approach to managing disaster risk. So currently we have, at the end of last year, based on the latest global overview report by the Anticipation Hub, 262 active anticipatory action systems and frameworks, covering a total of 14.9 people across 75 countries. And we have over 290 million in pre-agreed financing attached to these systems. So ready in place, ready to be dispersed when early warning signals and triggers are reached. As you see on the map, the scale has expanded quite significantly, but the overwhelming majority of these systems remain designed for hydrometeorological hazards. So anticipatory action systems for floods, droughts, and severe tropical storms, cyclones, and typhoons alone make up 80% of active frameworks and plans, with the remaining 20% largely focusing on health risks, disease outbreaks, and so forth. Conflict is a small fraction currently in the anticipatory action space. So understanding the richness of early warning data, forecasting tools for conflict-driven crises that we have, that you all have represent essentially, this asymmetry is increasingly hard to defend. So looking at the case of forced displacement, it was mentioned in the opening panel this morning as well, conflict and violence remain the key driver of forced displacement globally. Based on DRC's latest global forecast report, at the end of 2025, we looked at 113 million people forcibly displaced globally. We're expecting that to rise by around 4.2 million by the end of 2027, so it's an upward trend. Again, driver is conflict. We have enhanced predictive intelligence. Why don't we use that to inform earlier action and mitigate conflict during crises? And setting this panel discussion also in the current moment we're finding ourselves in. Obviously, all components of the humanitarian development peace nexus are under unprecedented strain currently. We have humanitarian funding overstretched, but similar trends we see in the peace sector and development investments as well. So there is a need for new approaches of how we use financing, how we use all the predictive intelligence we collectively hold to mitigate crises before they escalate into large-scale emergencies. So that is a bit the scene we're finding us in. And with that, I welcome my panel to the stage, and I'll start with John. Welcome to the stage. So John is the executive director and founder of the Youth and Social Advocacy Team. It's a refugee-led organization that works with youth along the South Sudan-Uganda displacement axis. So it tries to provide anticipated support to at-risk communities and youth forcibly displaced due to conflict. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
Then I'm welcoming Antje to the floor as well. So Antje is the fund manager of the Complex Risk Analytics Fund, where she works on pooled financing for AI and data. She previously worked for OCHA, managed pooled funds, including SURF and country-based pooled funds. So she's bringing a bit the financing dimension to the discussion today. Then Jerome needs no introduction, you just spoke, but representing a bit how conflict can feature in multi-hazard early warning and anticipatory action systems, taking Somalia as a complex risk landscape as an example. Then Marek from INZO, International NGO Safety Organization, an organization that aims to support NGOs when it comes to operational safety, humanitarian access. He's a research analyst supporting the organization with using conflict intelligence to inform NGO safety. And then last but not least, Morten from the Danish Refugee Council. He's the head of innovation data. Sorry. Head of innovation data and analysis. So he oversees DRC's growing portfolio of displacement forecasting tools, and also how these tools can be used to inform earlier action when it comes to displacement crises. So welcome, panel. We'll start off with a quick Ignite round. So I'll ask each of you a very short situation statement in which a signal was detected and it led to an action or non-action, and what impact that had. I'll start with Craft, with a bit of an ecosystem bird's eye view. Over to you, Antje.
Thank you so much. And I would like to zoom out a bit, because Craft is not an operational organization, but rather we finance the data and analytics that everyone relies on in the humanitarian peace and security and development space. And I believe for conflict anticipatory action, the issue isn't the missing signal, it's rather the disconnected and the fragment signals, right? Because connected data shows both how conflict is evolving, how it is moving, and how it's impacting people, right? How it shapes displacement, protection risks, how it restricts access to health and education. And we heard a lot about that in the opening panel yesterday, right? So one data set alone isn't enough, right? Conflict data needs to be connected to be powerful. And to act early, we need to connect the dots. We need to see how conflict is evolving, how it is moving, and how it is impacting people on the ground. So Crisis data today shapes around $30 billion in crisis assistance, including increasingly through anticipatory action, right? Around $300 million lined up for pre-arranged financing. Most of that goes towards climate hazard, only a small fraction for conflict. So the ecosystem behind, or the data ecosystem behind that is really vital. And we at Craft tend to think of it as a navigation system that steers those billions of dollars in crisis assistance. Also, it's true that today we have more data than ever. And we have built many models, many analyses, many platforms on top of that. But there's one challenge that remains in the core layer that feeds all those tools, and that is that it's fragmented and siloed. We ran a survey with over 100 organizations in that space last year, and it really pointed towards those issues, right? Fragmentation, duplication, there's a lack of standard, a lack of coordination, and there's also a problem with data quality. The Center for Humanitarian Data found that last year only 75% of the crisis data in the major humanitarian contexts are up to date and timely. So there's really a problem there. And I'll finish it with what we are doing in Craft to strengthen that navigation system. And it's really about not directly investing in anticipatory action, but really strengthening the underlying foundation that is needed to act earlier, faster, and more targeted, including through anticipatory action.
Thanks, Antje. All right, then jumping straight to the very localized level, asking John, your perspective on what warning to signal value chain actually means for communities at risk, how that translates on the ground. Over to you.
Thank you. It's refreshing to talk from a community perspective because there's been a lot of data. And I'm happy to say that. It would be safe to say that no one leaves their home unless there's someone chasing them, right? And also most times, surprisingly, people don't leave because there's a dashboard somewhere that is telling them to leave or giving them any signal to leave. There are patterns that we follow, there are daily realities that we follow, and when we see them shifting or changing, that's when we start to act. And although the title says I'm director, I'm a displaced person, and in 2013 I was a victim of the same, and I feel this is a topic that is very close to my heart, because I was in school in Yei, very innocent, never affiliated to any political party. I left my home in Jonglei, almost middle of South Sudan, or up north to the south, just to look for a school, a better school, to say that. And then we had, people were being arrested in Juba, there was fighting and all that. But someone says, we have to leave and go to Uganda. And I remember my uncle said, no, we cannot leave. The borders are still open, the traders are still moving, the Amia, where the soldiers are, is not yet blocked. They have not seen certain guns placed there. They have not seen some certain checkpoints. So things are still okay. I can bet none of that data was available anywhere in your headquarters, not even in our country, right? But that was available locally on our ground. We made sure that myself, my brother finished our exams. Luckily, 2 days to December 2013, just barely 2 days, they told us the commander has lost his control over the people. They have now blocked. Prayers are half, you have to do it. If you've been doing for 2 hours, now you have to do it only 30 minutes or 40 minutes, you leave. And then it's no longer safe. We have to go. And therefore, we had to pack. Then another sequence was we cannot go as a group. We must go in sequence. The first team leaves, and also you cannot use the traditional route that is Kaya border. There is another shortcut to use. All this information was being fed directly to us so that by the time we are moving, we reach to the Kaya border with Uganda safe. And that, in my opinion, is how the anticipatory action, the signal from our side as people look like. Now, the flip side in Uganda is the opposite of the traditional humanitarian response. All of us will be waiting with our fancy communications. 200 people have arrived, 300 have arrived, now there are 1,000. We are communicating, I think, to people who have resources so that they can help. We are communicating to DRC so that they can respond. But in that case, it's already too late because we have already arrived, right? We are already at the reception center. Some of the people already kidnapped on the way. Some who fell in the ambush are already not there. So in this case, I believe that the movement of troops, the prices hiking, the monitoring of the traders' behaviors, then the local knowledge, the use of local telephones are our sources. And when they shift, that means we start to act. So I feel, as someone local on the ground, we struggle a lot to analyze data. It even becomes fancy. And then you struggle to sell the same data that came from the people. That is what you call dissemination, right? You got it from us, you analyze it very well, but you struggle to give it back to the same people that give you. And by the time it reaches us, it's either we've moved 2, 3, 4 miles, or we're already in the settlement. And that would be my submission. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So very evidently, preemptive action, informal early warning signal detection is very much happening on the ground already, but there's no systemic way to essentially support that coping taking place already at a very localized level. Moving to Inzo, from your very operational mandate, how does warning to signal translate for you in your operations?
Yeah, thank you very much, Lena, and hello, everybody. I would like to start by saying that in our perspective, honestly, there is very little credible warning for new crises, right? And they may seem so in hindsight as sort of less of surprising acts than they actually were. But I mean, if we think back to the HTS offensive in Syria, STC offensive in southern Yemen, if we think even 13 October Gaza, very difficult stuff to predict, right? However, that's not very helpful for anticipatory action. So I would like to sort of reverse this, look at the opposite side, and look at a case in which the feared outcome was perceived as so inevitable that everyone was compelled to act, just so that we can start teasing out some enabling conditions for anticipatory action. And that case would be the fall of Kabul in August 2021. So the way this played out is that as the US forces were withdrawing, there was quite a wide understanding among NGOs that it would take a lot of time before the IEA could take on Kabul. That it was a possibility, but it will take time. And even as the IEA was progressing and by IEA I mean the Taliban, of course, as the IEA was capturing more and more districts, this consensus was a bit more shaken, but still the dominant hypothesis was that the progress will stop at well-defended cities. And it was only after these well-defended cities fell, so Kandahar and Herat, that everyone finally agreed that Kabul was going to be next and they needed to do something about it. So either consciously decide to stay for the sake of humanitarian mandate or evacuate out of fear for their staff safety. The problem is that the fall of Kandahar and of Herat happened about 3 days before the fall of Kabul, so the window to react was extremely small. So what are the key features of the situation? We are looking at the prediction of the trajectory of an ongoing crisis, not an onset of a new one. I think everyone in the room knows that this is particularly difficult, and it is on all sort of levels of analysis. We also had overwhelming evidence that an outcome could materialize, and that evidence being that Kabul was literally the last city standing, right? And it was difficult to imagine the IEA wouldn't really take Kabul eventually. But the problem indeed is that the window for reaction was simply extremely small. And so, yeah, I think as INSO, the best we can try is increase that window by sort of providing that tipping point evidence a bit earlier, but also to help NGOs think through various outcomes, some of which may materialize, and therefore sort of focus on resilience. But yeah, my point stays that some of the key crises are the most difficult to predict.
Thanks so much. So yeah, tight time windows, calling for speed of action under operational environments that are highly complex, brought by INSO. Last but not, no, second last. Jerome, yeah, you've set the scene well with your lightning talk. How do you embed the warning to signal logic from a multi-risk, compounding risk angle that you deploy in SumRep?
Great, thank you very much. I think for SumRep, the signal to action challenge is basically not only about detecting risk. Signals often exist. And I think my colleague also has highlighted how signals locally, in indigenous knowledge, they exist. Even the science side of it, they exist as well. The harder question is whether those signals are trusted, and also they are locally interpreted, but at the same time also they are translated into timely action. And especially for Somalia, where there's a lot of overlap between drought, rainfall, conflict, displacement, and that for us is very key. One concrete example is the El Nino that we experienced, the flooding that we experienced in 2023. The signals were there; it was very clear. Obviously, the riverine villages were at risk, and there's a lot of information, a lot of signals that existed. And through the Sadal warning, we had that information, and we had a discussion with the local authorities, the government authorities, but also different humanitarian actors. And it was very clear that we need to move from monitoring to actual preparedness of the flooding that was there. This obviously included dissemination of alerts, engagement with the different actors, resource prepositioning, and then using the information now to guide partners in terms of prioritizing where preparedness and also response. But what happened was mixed, in the sense that in locations where information went through the community authorities, the government, in those locations, that information was trusted and it was acted upon. And these are the locations that experienced better preventive measures or better coping when the shock struck, when the flood came. And this was very critical because in those locations where this process was not followed, it meant that those particular communities took time to take the necessary preparations and the necessary action to prevent the catastrophe. However, the response or the preparedness obviously did not always match the scale and the speed at which the risk, the hazard happened. And I think we definitely were overwhelmed. And that was one of the times when we had to question the prediction, because some of the locations that were not even anticipated to be affected were affected. But also that speaks to the constraints limitation in terms of response, but also how quickly can actors come in to support when such happens. So for SumRep, I think for us, from warning to action value chain, it's not simply about data, then to dashboard, and then to decision. It is data, community validation, and local interpretation, as well as agreed triggers what action needs to be taken, but also at the same time, institutional coordination on how to make sure that preparedness and the resource and response to early action. So for us, the main lesson from SumRep is that early warning only becomes protective when it is embedded in local systems, and that they have the authority on the ground, but also at the government level, and also you need the resources to act before the shock becomes a crisis. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Jerome. So even if early warning signals are in place, or early warning systems and action systems are in place, they might fail to produce impactful action because there's lack of local ownership, lack of trust in the early warning messaging, and hence failing to translate into earlier action. So embedding into local structures and co-designing these systems with local stakeholders emerging as a key lesson. Last but not least, Morten, DRC is both a data provider and data user, end user essentially, of conflict-induced displacement forecasts. What has been your learning as an organization, entering this space, building up this programming operational portfolio? What does the warning to action chain look like for you?
Yeah, thanks a lot, and happy to be here. Thanks for coming. If I may, I'd like to just go back to your opening remarks, John, because I think they were really good for setting the context, because I think you showed two things. You showed why anticipatory action for displacement is important, and you also showed why it's hard, right? Because your experience is exactly what we try to improve upon through anticipatory action for displacement in DRC and through the partnerships that we're able to develop in response to that. And I think your outline of your journey shows why it's hard, right? Conflict and displacement dynamics are really, really volatile and evolving rapidly. And so it's a bit hard to predict and plan for it, yet that's exactly what we're trying to do, right? So I think that's just a good scene setter. And maybe just for a bit more context, we started looking at predictive modeling of displacement crisis, I think about 7 years ago, maybe 8, through a partnership with IOM, and we developed this foresight model that worked at national level in a limited number of countries. And we tried to refine that a bit over time. And of course, through the years, the questions came up, well, this is all well and good, right? I think I heard a lot of people say that. Great data, right? What are we going to do with it? And that, of course, has a pathway to anticipatory action. And so we began to look at that, I think, 3-4 years ago. And the ambition really is to do, in a sense, what I think many of the speakers have outlined, including many of you here in the panel, is to narrow that gap, I think, between the signals and us responding in a way that either prevents escalation or mitigates the impact when it happens. And so I think, in a way, our value chain is pretty much what everyone's value chain are in this space. I think you also lined it out well in your opening slide there. I think where we try to further develop our models is in that interaction between the global displacement forecast or the national displacement forecast, which we continue to try to refine to more granular levels at the sub-national dimensions, because the more granular you can get, the easier it is to use it for response planning and for activation. But it is complemented by, or even, how can you say, side-ordered with a community-level data component that speaks exactly to what you lined out as well, John. One thing is what the dashboard says, and another is how we can use community intelligence and combine the two, right? And so in our activation models, those two data sets combine, right? Both of them can trigger an activation. So I think that's one way of explaining it. I think the closest we've been to this, right, to take the signal and to do something with it is a case that's also referred to in our global displacement forecast report that came out only a couple of months ago. One of the first pilots we did on anticipatory action for displacement was in South Sudan, in Akobo County, where we applied this model. And based on the signals it provided, we worked with local peace committees to try to de-escalate the situation. And in that particular narrow instance, it seemed to work, right? So displacement was lower than what we would have anticipated otherwise. And if we try to project sort of both the sort of human and financial cost of displacement, it seemed to be worth the while, right? So I think that's where we are today, is to try to build on that trajectory of predictive modeling, coupling it with those great examples of how you narrow that value chain, and then hopefully have more of those examples in the future.
Great, thanks, Morten. I think interesting organizational journey, starting from the data angle, arriving at a point of realizing, oh, we're actually able to predict conflict-driven displacement to quite a satisfactory degree of certainty and accuracy, so what do we do with that data, right? Having an operational footprint, making use of that data for earlier assistance ahead of displacement crises. So jumping back to John, you already outlined how informal warning to action looks like at community level. You brought a very personal story to that. How could community level coping be further enabled, further empowered with the support of more systemic structure around early warning and anticipatory action? What type of assistance and support could partners of the sector provide to make sure that positive coping is further enabled?
Yeah, thank you. I would term that as a twofold question, maybe. From our work in South Sudan, because we work at the intersection of displacement internally in South Sudan, but also across in Uganda. And there are two levels. When these signals, the one I just mentioned before, happens, the first phase is that children, elderly, cattle, are moved fast. So let's say it's the internal displacement. So then they know where to take their cattle so that they're safe, where to take their children, where to take the elderly, and then the women. And then the men remains behind for some reason. That's the first phase. And when that happens, the second group that decides to cross over, in this case at the corridor of Uganda, let's say the border areas of Morobo, Juba, Magui, all the bordering counties, they will send the first group, the elderly, the children, the women, across the border. So in these two scenarios, there are two things that we can help to do. First, from the community side, is that there are a lot of established informal community groups. They're either WhatsApp platforms, they're either their meeting points, they're either their trusted stakeholders within the community. So this layer has the responsibility to share accurate information to the partners, to the right stakeholders, so that validation can happen, so that support routes can be mapped properly and followed, and so that the right targeting, even when we want to respond, can be confirmed. Because we can say there are only men, children, and elderly are coming, but then men are there. So then that needs to be validated by someone there. Now, on our side as partners, one thing we can do is to trust the community data. One of the disconnect why anticipatory action, even from those who are experts in climate in this room, why it doesn't work, is that after getting the information, we say we're going to validate from the people who gave the information. So maybe change of language to see the communities as a stakeholder, to validate, not just validate the information, but use it. When we're getting responders, probably we get community members to respond. I know it's very critical to get external experts, very important, but once we see one of us using our own data to respond and support us, you will see that I've repeated us 3 times. That is the trust I mean. But if it's DRC data, it's validated by DRC, it's a DRC response, then believe it or not, we will receive the support we get and we forget it. YSAT, let me not use DRC, I would say YSAT. They would still say, oh, they are our refugee-led organization, but they've abandoned us. They're no longer using us, they're using their knowledge. So that trust, if it can be that close, I think for me, and promoted, that will also be good. Then passing of the information. I want to believe that once data is collected and we have it, how we pass it to the people, if we could use the local language, if we can use the informal systems that they understand better, it makes sense, because sometimes we have very good data, but then it lands and then it gets twisted before they act on it. It either becomes a misinformation. I know recently in Ayot, we had a scenario where communities were informed to come and receive assistance, but not in that location that was intended. But someone from the government got it and used it to inform people to come to the county headquarters just because they want to show the population. So I also feel like how we pass that information matters a lot. Now, on the support, I appreciate a lot. There's great work. IOM here, UNDP, someone from World Vision, my colleagues in DRC. I feel the support we give once people arrive at the final destination is too late. By that time, we will be glorifying how many people were exposed to rape, you know, very unfortunate. We will be talking about how many people that were exposed to certain deaths, for example. We will be talking about, you know, how many lives we've lost. So what we feel we could do, the DRC, YSAT, and the team, is that we could pre-position life-saving support along the routes. That, for me, would be a game changer because people that do not want to cross over are not deprived of the support they need before they change their status. You don't have to help me because I've crossed a border to become a refugee. If you can help me because I'm already displaced in my own house, that for me would give anticipatory action a valid point in the humanitarian space, in my opinion. So those would be my, my thoughts. And of course, when people cross over, which is what the team at DRC from the Uganda side have been doing very well, is that we will receive a less crisis in a way because some people would have received great information that make them decide whether to really cross or just find safety and then move back in a few times. That will reduce the number. If they ever cross, they will find us prepared to respond. So those would be my opinions. Thank you.
So seeing communities as central stakeholders in the design process of warning systems, early warning systems, and anticipatory action systems, involved from the start, trusting community data and insights, and also providing anticipated assistance along displacement routes and not focusing solely on arrival sites when needs have escalated already. Moving to Somalia, SOMREP, again, multi-hazard, cascading risk landscape, working with such a diverse consortium of stakeholders. Where do you see the biggest friction points in the value chain currently? Is it moving from data to credible early warning, bringing the early warning messaging to at-risk people, or translating the warning into action? Where along those steps do you see the biggest challenges?
Thank you very much. For SOMREP, the biggest friction is not necessarily in the data to warning. We have the systems that are there. The system is able to consolidate the different risk information, and then from risk information to what that risk information means, and that is translated to the local authorities, to the different institutions and ministries and implementing partners. But the bigger friction is mostly from the warning, the decision, and then the action. So within these three, this is where the system is tested. And it's tested because a warning does not automatically mean that that's an action. But also, a decision does not necessarily mean that translates to action. What that means is that, I think as a system, it should provide that opportunity to understand the different overlapping risks that exist within Somalia. We have different actors with different mandates, and when a signal comes, it is interpreted based on the mandate, the risk tolerance, but also the operational capacity that exists within that institution. So one of the key things that I think comes to us as SOMREP, it's also on some of the things that determine the early action, issues of access, being constrained. Even you can have the resources, but you're not able to access some of the areas that have been affected. And that obviously affects the early action that needs to be taken. For us, the question is not necessarily, it's not only whether the signal is accurate, but also it's about who trusts that signal. And with that trust, then who has the authority now to act on it, and who had the resources to move. And with the resources, also it's about the accountability to the decisions that have been made. And this is where SOMREP's resilience approach comes in to address that gap. This is this is the case because we, through SOMREP resilience approach, there are systems that are set up. We have early warning committees. We have interventions of using different community governance structures, and all these are there as predetermined structures that we need to work with in case of a signal, and the understanding through these structures what that signal means and what action needs to be taken. And that also helps in part of the resilience programming is to prepare and have finances available in case of a risk or in case of a crisis. And in that case, when we're doing resilience programming, there is that available financing in case of such kind of crisis, and we call it crisis modifier. And that helps to quickly translate signals, warnings, and to action by now activating those particular resources that now will be able to address the immediate needs before the other resources that comes with response come now to address the impact of that particular crisis. So for us from SOMREP, it's about the long-term resilience investments in the delivery infrastructure and like the short-term early action. So when all these, the trigger or the triggers reach, the signal is there, the question is not necessarily what new mechanism we need to create, but what existing community structures, government systems, partner capacities, and resilience investments can we quickly activate. So from our end, in terms of the signal to action, the lessons for us is that anticipatory action becomes more effective when it is embedded in the long-term existing resilience systems. But also, we understand, for example, our system, SADAL, is able to provide the signal. But the value of that comes when that signal is now embedded or linked to pre-agreed thresholds. But at the same time, also clear decision protocols, and also flexible financing, and then the actors who are already in place, who are already present before the shock strikes.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jerome. So pointing to the value of having all these systems components pre-agreed, set up before triggers are hit and early warning signals detect imminent crises, so that no time is lost in ad hoc decision-making, unclear governance structures, and your experience from doing that with diverse set of stakeholders with different mandates. Morten, DRC adopts essentially a similar approach, pre-agreeing systems, anticipatory action plans, using displacement forecasts for preemptive action. What have been your learnings in scaling this, and what are the biggest gaps you see remaining in turning this to something scaled and mainstreamed?
Yeah, thanks for that question. There's a lot, right? And it's still early days in a way, so there will be more. I think if I can pull out a couple of factors that I think influence also how we think about things going forward. I think one is the context piece that we also started with, right? When we talk about conflict-related displacement and linked anticipatory action, it's very context-driven, right? So we may have sort of some standardization at the model or the general approach, but when it translates down to each country, we need to look at it again and tailor it to each context. So there's a bit of retrofitting and a bit of dialogue between what happens at each country level and how we think about the global models. I think that's one where also maybe there's a bit more context than when you look at climate-related models, for example, which is a bit easier, I think, to some degree to standardize, not disregarding that there's contextual issues in that as well. I think Jerome, just now you pointed to an important piece here, that these models are not standalone, right? And these approaches are not standalone. The more they sort of attach themselves to existing infrastructure, the higher the chances of success are. And I think that goes just as much for the work that we do as for some of the work that's been going on in the more sort of climate and resilience focused space. The example I gave before around local peace committees, for example, you don't establish those when you have a trigger, right? Then it's too late. So there's a lot of work, I think, that is about matching with what already there, and then building that sort of minimum capacity to be able to activate it, I think, once the crisis hit. I think one of the things that we've been discussing lately is also organizational readiness. So maybe before was more about systems readiness in a way. I think also in an organization like ours that's been running for 70 years, I think was in the intro slide there. Of course, there's a bit of muscle memory on how we do things, and some of it, for example, around the sort of emergency response side or normal ways of responding are maybe not directly tailored to what you would need in a sort of anticipatory action setting. Maybe the sort of responses should be slightly differently tailored, et cetera, et cetera. So those are some of the things that I would pull out. I could probably highlight a few more, but I also noticed we're a bit late on time, so back to you, Lena.
Perfect, thanks. One key element, Antje, looking at you, is the financing. As presented in the opening, the vast majority of anticipatory finance, fuel funding to finance the implementation of anticipatory actions ahead of predictable hazards goes to climate shocks, hydrometeorological hazards. How can that asymmetry, that imbalance be addressed, and what are kind of the root causes you think that the financing is so unevenly allocated? How can more financing be pre-positioned to anticipate conflict-driven crises as well?
That's a very good question. I can't necessarily speak to sort of pre-positioning financing for anticipatory action. I think I can speak more to, okay, like triggers, risk tolerance, and sort of the decision framework. Because like through CRAFT, we invest in the underlying data. And if we look, for example, on trigger design, and I spoke to that, you know, like conflict prediction, conflict impact really relies on connecting data from several domains. And I think John and Jerome spoke so wonderfully to the fact that there also needs to be a connective tissue between sort of, or like the involvement of the local communities in trigger design and trigger implementation. So that's really a key point, and I think that can be a barrier. I think a barrier is also perhaps the risk tolerance. Conflict can be very sensitive, and I think also there's a higher uncertainty, right? So acting earlier can feel risky, but at the same time, you know, the long-term costs can be much higher. So it's very important to have a sort of a certain risk tolerance for acting early. I think sort of the real bottleneck is perhaps around sort of the decision-making authority architecture. And again, this also goes back to what John and Jerome alluded to, right? So of course we need, you know, connected and trusted evidence, but more so we do need agreed decisions and rules that are embedded with the local communities, right? Otherwise, signals are being missed, signals go out in the dark and no one is acting on it. We need a clear authority to act on signals and thresholds, and that's the point. That's the point you are referring to. We also need the financing lined up. So if risks reach a certain threshold, the financing needs to be lined up in order for the community to act on it. So if these three things come together, I think then it can work out.
Great. And then last, Inzo, risk of action versus inaction, risk of acting based on a false alarm, risk of not acting and having a false hit that wasn't addressed and acted on. missed it, sorry. How does that translate into your operational mandate, essentially? How do your partner organizations weigh that difficult decision, and how is early warning information factored into that?
Yeah, so there is obviously a fundamental difference between early action in what we do, right? Because the risk of inaction is usually so much higher than overreacting compared to programming, where the risks of opportunity cost, for instance, will be much higher, right? But so the question is, what can actually anticipatory action on staff safety and security and access tell us about NGO readiness to act on early warning for programming? And long story short, this will bring me back to the pre-agreed systems, the decision-making frameworks. But I would like to start with a brief professional anecdote. About 3 years ago, I was working with a partner organization on their contingency plan for Goma, the DRC, and we agreed that the trigger would be that the M23 approaches Sake city, so about 20-30 kilometers west of Goma. That materialized in a few months. But the immediate reflex wasn't really to trigger the contingency plan. It was really to check what everybody else was doing and whether we needed to recalibrate that contingency plan, right? And we can agree or not on whether this was a good trigger. But ultimately, my point is that the reflex to check what everybody else is doing is quite a prevalent one in the sector. And once this collective understanding of the situation is established, it's quite sticky and it's difficult to counter it with any kind of evidence. And in this context, I mean, we established the CHDC, the conflict event database that we run, precisely on the premise that NGOs sort of decision-making around security risks was lacking evidence, and the database is used in times of stability or a relative stability, you know, for that data-informed, intuitive analysis that NGOs would generally be able to do, but in times of crisis, or when the crisis is imminent, we're usually asked questions such as, what's the temperature, right? What are the atmospherics? What's going on the ground? And I think that really illustrates the reflex to go back to intuition with its both benefits, such as fast decision-making, as well as pitfalls, including a degree of groupthink, perhaps. And so I think this is really the common denominator for anticipatory action across several domains, because, you know, in our sector, NGOs will be asking themselves, do I really want to be the first one to leave the city? And I suppose, and you tell me, but I will think that in anticipatory action for programming, you'd be asking yourselves, why is it that my model alone is showing that a certain area needs some kind of anticipatory action? Is my model off, right? And so, to answer your question, whether the risk calculus is skewed, I suppose to some extent it is, but it isn't in a uniform way. It is also not necessarily because of operational constraints alone. It is also because of this collective understanding of the situation. And just to finish this entry off, this is obviously an oversimplification to some extent, right? But there is, of course, diversity in the response. But my point really is to just say that the question of, what everybody else is doing is driving our decision-making on anticipatory action a little bit more than we'd like to admit sometimes.
Thanks. All right. Questions from the floor? Please go ahead, yeah.
Hi. It's occurred to me as I've been listening to people talk that we, of course, speak about early warning quite a bit, rightfully so, but depending on the time scale that we're looking at, sometimes maybe we'd be better to speak of late warning or even going beyond that, something that's not warning at all anymore, but really something my organization is interested in, which is enhancing people's situational awareness during an ongoing crisis so they have a better chance of safely navigating that dangerous situation. That particularly came to mind, John, as you were speaking about your own experience moving from South Sudan to safety in Uganda. So I don't really, to be honest, have a very specific question about that, but I'd like to get people's thoughts on the timelines that we're working with here when we talk about early warning and how we draw a threshold between early warning, which could mean years up to, I don't know what, does days ahead of a crisis still count as early warning? Or does that become then late warning, and then what comes after that once a crisis is unfolding? So it's not for anyone in particular, but I'd like to hear thoughts on that.
Thank you. I think we'll take 3 in a cluster. Yeah.
As we use predictive models to start anticipating mobility decisions, how do we ensure that we're not embedding Western rational actor logics into their design? And how do we start accounting for like duties of care to the land or to herds or things beyond the self that look different across sociocultural contexts in this agentic modeling?
Thank you very much for this panel and for all of your insights. I have a question, I guess, for anyone who would like to take it specifically on Syria, because I mean, agree with what Marek said, that the HTS offensive in December 2024 maybe wasn't predicted, but since they've come to power in Damascus, there's been a series of repeated targeting of various ethnic and religious minorities, Alawites, Druze, Kurds, and the problem here, in my view, is not that this is sort of like siloed or hidden in different data sets, but it's happening, wide open in the public, and anybody who's paying attention is aware of this. My sense is that, and I would like to be proven wrong, that there's this sort of group think that President Trump has said he wants to give al-Sharaa a chance at greatness. Europe wants to send the refugees back, and so as long as it's not as bad as what the Assad regime has done, we're just not going to do anything. But there is sort of this pattern of repeated, offensives against minorities that have all led to mass displacement. And so what would you suggest doing in a situation like this where, or do you have examples from your experience in other countries where perhaps a shift could be brought about in preventing what will likely be another round of targeting and offensives against minorities in perhaps the coming year? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Another one? No. Okay. Shall we take these first questions? So timescales. I think that goes to those actually actively using early warning data currently, and that is DRC, SUMREP, and John, maybe you can speak to kind of these community level early warning signals. I mean, more or less how much lead time they give for action, what you've seen. Yeah. Over to you guys. DRC.
I can go first. Well, thanks for all of those 3 questions. Those would be fascinating discussions to unpack a bit, if we could have an hour more, maybe, actually. Do you want to take them one by one, or do you want to
yeah, just go into all of them
fire?
As you want, yeah.
I think on the timeliness, I think it's a good point, and I think it's even more enforced by the fact that we're not looking at sort of things in isolation, right? All of this is one big mix of events, right? And so what is early warning in one case versus what is late warning, and from our side as an emergency responder, also with our local partners, we debate actually, like, is this anticipatory action, or is this like an early emergency response? And sometimes we have to remind ourselves that people don't care, right? That we care, and we have different boxes and silos, but it doesn't really matter. It's about trying, I think, to narrow the gap between a signal of something bad about to happen and then positioning ourselves as a collective, how best to do something about it. And I think just more granularly, our model is 3 months, right? So it rolls every quarter, and then we use that as the basis to try and look at what could be done. But that's not the same as saying, well, in 3 months' time, this will happen. It's to say there's a likelihood of an event of this magnitude that will happen within that time frame, but then we also really need the community grounding to nuance that and enable us to respond. So I think that's on the timeliness side. Yeah.
Perfect. Any other takers of any other questions? We're running out of.
So let me just speak on the timeliness. So through the early warning system, we had clear available data on El Nino and which locations are going to be flooded. And that meant prepositioning resources in those particular locations and mapping out different infrastructures within that could obviously support when the flooding gets worse. One of the things that we observed when the actual flooding started happening, and which we now moved from this early warning system to the actual monitoring system, real data collection as in terms of the impact of the flooding, was that as we were getting the data on which locations we had predicted that they'll be affected, we noted that some of the locations that were not part of the prediction were heavily hit, meaning that the early warning system might have missed these particular locations. But what also that meant is that how can we quickly support these locations which we did not predict that they'll be affected. And that, in this case, because we had existing partners in those locations, that's when we were able now to use those particular the footprint of our partners to be able to support in those particular locations which were not predicted to be affected. I'm providing this example because of there's a warning, an early action that needs to be taken, but now the crisis has hit. What are we doing in the midst of that crisis to respond? And I think you rightly said that's the response side of things. And for us is making sure that we have existing systems that are able to predict before the crisis happens, but also existing systems that are able to help us in terms of decision support as the crisis is happening. And that, in this case, helps to ensure that there's that linkage throughout before the crisis, between as the crisis is happening, then even post-crisis.
Great.
Yeah.
John, quickly, and then...
I really like the question from Christopher about the anticipator action, how we design it. And in my own opinion, with the work we are doing with DRC right now, is looking at anticipated action plan that is no one-size-fits-all. For instance, can we look at severity? There can be 100 people, but the risk is so high. Can we respond? Or should we not care because what my colleague just mentioned, it does not hit our threshold, so we can't, but the severity is high. Remember, the community build their trust on that. If you don't respond today, tomorrow you're looking for more households, they won't give you the data. So that could be one. The second could be the scale, which is what we're looking at. How many households are displaced? That also could be one. And the last could be just the normal or the information verification that I believe projects like Sentinel are already doing, providing the flip side of what you think is information correct or not correct. So those would be my recommendation if we want to have anticipated action plan that can address those. And on the very nice question someone asked about whether the Western logic does not interfere with the design of the anticipatory action. I don't like speaking so hard on that because I'm from the other side, but now that you ask, I can't answer because that is what we've been struggling to do. You get the information, we tell you how to do it, but when you design it with your systems that are not responsive to ours. One, for instance, when it comes to implementation, who is implementing it? Is it the local staff on ground? Are we doing the international procurements, or is it the local procurements? How are we delivering it? Is it safe? Who is delivering it? When? And the last one, how do we measure impact? Is it participatory action research or M&E data? So if you will permit me say that, I would say we need a little twist so that our anticipatory action plan can be people-centered, people-driven, and locally led. Thank you.
Great. I think we're over time. Yeah, so this panel bringing together diverse perspective and approaches to what the warning to action chain actually means, how it can be constructed as a system, linking also with what was brought forward this morning in the opening panel, the UNDP speaker, calling for a systems approach to conflict early warning, early action, making sure that the different system components are pre-agreed, that decision rules exist, and that we have resources attached to predefined triggers and action plans that can be automatically dispersed when triggers are hit, so we don't lose time with resource mobilization in unclear governance structures. I think it was great to see what is emerging from the different actor or mandates on the panel here, ranging from the donor community, implementing stakeholders, community and local actors, and yeah, the international NGO community. The speaker from AI for Peace yesterday in the opening said that we have all the stakeholders in this room. I argue that yes, we do, but there's also room to further enhance linkages with other communities of practice. For me, that is the anticipatory action community of practice that has really driven forward the systemic approach for how anticipatory action functions, how pre-allocated financing functions, and happy to continue bridging that gap. Thank you.
It is now my pleasure to invite up the next round of lightning talk speakers. We have Mr. Rifat Zahir to present on displacement signals in active conflict, eRadar, emergency regional analytics for displacement anticipation and response. He will be followed by Jente Marit Altus to present on improving access to evidence, introducing UNIDIR's interactive data dashboard on exits from armed groups. And last but certainly not least, Sina Babi to present Lost in 90 Tabs, closing the last mile between humanitarian data and field decisions. So thank you to our panels and welcome up on stage.
Stay in the back.
Hello, hello, mic testing. First of all, thank you for the organizers and for the audience here for this opportunity and being here. And I am Rifat. I work as a data scientist with the UNHCR, and I am based on amid the conflict in the Middle East, Jordan. So I feel like I'm extending what has been discussed our previous panel, because they were talking about the conflict and the displacement crisis that was happening, and that's what we are extending here. When our panel member was explaining that what his experience was in a conflict situation, in a displacement, in an emergency, that is the same question that we as an institution, we as a team always face. These are the first questions that comes to us that to be answered in any emergency, in any conflict flares up. So first questions that we ask ourselves is that where is the people moving? What is the situation in the ground? Which border status is like open? Which one is tightened? Which one is closed? Now, these are the questions that we were trying to answer recently with the Iran context. And that's where we came up with a solution, a tool, a signal pipeline that particularly looks into the conflict and tries to anticipate the displacement movement signals. Now, to be precise, we know that in a conflict and an emergency, the decision window is very narrow. The border changes, it tightens, it closed, it opens, and this changes within hours, not days. And most importantly, whenever we are waiting for the counts from the field, we are waiting for the forecasting or predictive models to come up with the result, this takes time. And most of the time, these are very forward-looking. These are not looking at what is happening on the ground and when the decision to be made. And that is where eRadar works. It reads the present and tries to understand that where people are moving and how they are moving, which route they are taking, and try to anticipate that. To be exact how the eRadar works is that it mainly brings in different open source signals with the satellite data, remote sensing together, and layer them together to understand whether those signals agrees together or not. Independently, each of those signals doesn't mean much. They cannot explain, they cannot give you the context. But when you layer them together, they becomes a context. They tell you where to look and why to look. So that's what we were doing. we were looking at the social media, local, international news articles, WhatsApp, Telegram channels to understand that what are the hotspots, what are the people who are talking, and trying to bring them together. And combined with remote sensing like mobile network activity, internet disruptions, traffic road signals, all of those together to understand that how things are changing on the ground. Now, once those hotspots are given, we have the context instead of completely sensing the whole country itself, and we verify with the ECLED data where we understand that a conflict or an event has been happened, and we anchor our signals on top of that event. Once we have an anchor event, we try to see the satellite data, starting with the thermal signal. We try to see that where there is anomaly, where those signals are corroborating with each other, along with the mobile network activity, along with the other signals that are bringing together. We also look into the nightlight changes, whether those origin areas, conflict areas, and the surrounding areas, that nightlight changing or not. Further, we also look into the traffic signals. We also noted the previous road signals and whether there is a proximity of the conflict, what is the security risk situation, and what are the events happening around those roads to kind of like anticipate which corridors most likely to be used by the people. This is a simple event that can go into different direction and how the pipeline looks into it. Let's consider one of the events that happened, a conflict happened. We get it from our open source signals. And once we have the anchor event from the ECLED, we try to look into the surrounding areas, whether there is anomalies or not. And those anomalies comes from the heat signal, changes in the internet activity, changes in the mobile network activities, and also whether point of interest, buildings, anything damaged or not. As the signals comes in, we try to understand that in a rolling window, that how those people or signals are moving toward. We try to understand the trajectory of those signals, which direction they are going, trying to cluster them, and try to understand that from which area to which area people are moving. And we continue to monitor them so that understand that which border is likely to be accessed and which border to be used to cross the border. Even within the internally, within the country, if there is a signal that tells us that people are moving from this particular location to this particular location, the activity has been reduced here, but increased here, that gives us the signal that from where to where people were moving. And all of this in different signal and different frequency updated for 24 hours. This is kind of like a situation awareness that how the signals changes over the time. When we first detect from the open sources, it becomes just a detection. But over the time, the satellite data, the network data, those are changes. The dots that you are looking at here, these are not just dots, these are connecting different roads across the border and how people are moving around them. When you click on those dots, it gives you the trajectory from where to where those signals are connected. And particularly, as you can see, we also try to understand that from which district or country of origin location to crossing the borders or within the country, from which district to which district people are trying to move. And here you can also try to see that we have been trying to understand that what type of population group it is, whether it's the host community, whether it's IDP, whether it's the refugees, and we try to bring all those information together into our situation monitoring tool that combines all those different open sources into one place, and try to understand that what is happening on the ground and what are the actors are playing in the ground, and all of those information comes together into our situation detail report. And every day, morning, our field teams, our operations, and including our partners, they receive this detailed report to act upon. They can understand that which border is under pressure, which from where to where people are moving, what could be the possible signals that they should be acting on, depending on the different confidence tiers. One thing our tool provides is that it does not give you exact numbers or exact details. What it gives you a confidence tier, that this is the location most likely people are concentrating. These are the location from where people are departing. Or this is the border most likely under pressure. So this all depends on the different signals agreeing with each other. This is not a probability. We are saying that the more signals agrees with each other, providing the same signal, they gives the higher confidence level to act upon. And particularly, there are limitations because the tool is still on the prototype stage. We are now trying to deploy it for the Lebanon. First of all, we don't provide the statistics because we don't count people. We try to detect the signal, the trajectory of the movement. Second, it doesn't look into the long-term horizon. It looks at the 5 days. 3 to 5 days, 7 days, that is the present window that we look into. And it is not a continuous track. So if there is a secondary displacement, we cannot see this. And also, sometimes we cannot detect the return because for the system, it considers it as a new movement happening toward the origin location. For us, as an institution, we have different predictive models, different forecasting models, depending on agent-based model, event-based model, simulation models. So we kind of like understand that this particular tool only meant for emergencies. Where the conflict has started, we have to make decision now. So on that moment, we are trying to establish the tool, that how it works and how it can help in the emergency situation. So for us, in Iran context, we have seen that the signal corroborated very well. It could predict the signals of borders and also the internal displacement at least 3 to 5 days ahead. But that could be a fluke, that could be a coincidence. So we are trying to understand that whether it can be replicated in the Lebanon and any other context. And the main purpose for me being here is to see that opportunity from among you, that whether you would like to understand or try to play with the tool so that you can also utilize it and also help us to improve the tool. Thank you, everyone. I think I'm ahead.
That's good. Thank you. Sorry, already messing it up there. Hi, my name is Jente Althuis. I work at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Affairs, particularly on the Managing Exits from Armed Conflict project, which is a project that's been running for a few years, first at UNU, United Nations University, and now at UNIDIR. And we look at exits from armed conflict. So we look at the trajectories of people entering and exiting armed groups with a particular focus on return and reintegration. So when people exit armed groups to different programs, how do they do? What kind of programming do they go through? What is the impact of this programming? What happens 1 year, 5 years, but also 10 years down the line to people who have gone through particularly UN programming, but also other agencies that we work with. I'm the data and methodology lead for our project. I'm obviously going to show you some dashboards, but it's not really a pitch for dashboards. It's more of a question of, is this really working? One of the things that we spend a lot of time on is figuring out how to improve access to data and to insights. And this is concerning the people that we work with, because we use a lot of perception data, so individuals themselves, but also agencies. How do we actually bring the right data, but maybe not even the data, the insights to people and have an impact? Some of our major funders and partners are obviously, I have to show them, but we are not a programming agency. We work with agencies that program. They fund us, they support us, and they often help us with data collection and analysis. So some of our main partners are IOM and UNDP, and some others in the room. And one of the main benefits of this is that we do not program, but all these partners do And one individual in their lifetime might get in touch with multiple of these partners. You might be in an IOM program, in a UNICEF program, in a UNDP program. Different NGOs might engage with you. And as an individual, you go through all these trajectories. So we try to follow the person and not the program. We work also with communities of return. So we focus on individual level data. So this is maybe opposite to some of the things that I come from the world of like forecasting and this kind of research that I've been finding incredibly interesting. But now what we do is we interview individuals. So some of our surveys, for example, on people exiting Boko Haram in the northeast of Nigeria are 3,000 to 4,000 people in longitudinal studies. So we follow up with them every year. And we ask them themselves. So quite often we ask them, well, if you're going to move again, where are you going to go? And why? And quite often we perceive that there's all kinds of reasoning for this, and individuals just say, well, my friends live in Mosul, so that's where I'm going to go next, or I don't like my job, so I want to go somewhere else. So I think there's a real benefit to tracking individuals, but also a real challenge, which is how do you track a person over time for multiple years, making sure that they're willing to pick up the phone 1 year, 2 years, 10 years down the road. And to figure out like how are they really doing and to what impact do we actually have on their lives. This is the data that my team gets in Geneva. I know you all know this, but a lot of UN programs and agencies, this is still what comes in. And this is, in our case, particularly difficult data because it's individuals, it's messy, there's data missing, the cleaning takes a lot of time. So we spend a lot of time figuring out how can we help agencies get from this to something insightful. And we do traditional work. So we've been doing a lot of this, reporting, graphs, tables. And I would make a case for continuing to do that, because we often hear, people don't really read the full thing. Even now we do shorter briefs, 1 page, they'll read the bullet points. But agencies often want to quote our evidence, because if you make a case in your advocacy, if you're writing new programming, you do need to have some sort of reference to the actual evidence. So we continue to do this. But as you all know, and as we all found out, it isn't enough. There are some major challenges that we are facing. I had to quote this because this is the Secretary General's data strategy. It says data has to be a strategic asset. We have to be more data-driven, we have to go bigger, we have to do more integrated data. But we are still working with a lot of agencies that work with small-scale databases and Excel sheets. So what we want to do, and something that I find really interesting being here is, well, how do we make sure that that data doesn't get lost in these big movements towards the data-driven world? How do we keep those individuals engaged? How do we make sure that their perceptions and their opinions are still recorded well? So some of our major challenges are timelines. For us, we do longitudinal studies. Like, it takes a while to clean a data set. I know we use AI, we use all kind of mechanisms, but these surveys are adjusted to particular locations. They have to be translated by translators. The data has to be collected by enumerators on the ground in really difficult to reach areas. People often don't have phones, they don't have a good access, so that takes months. It's still very valuable. We then have to clean it. We have to receive it all back in Geneva, analyze it, do longitudinal modeling, review these models, and get that evidence back to a program and then pitch it and make sure that they listen to us. That's really hard, as you all know. And then timelines are difficult, especially following people over time. If you want to know how an individual really does, based on the support they received, you kind of need to follow them for a lifetime. Like funding cycles, if they even still exist, there's 1, 2 years, which is a big funding cycle. 1 year is usually a programming cycle. So if we have evidence for someone 5 years down the road, by this time we've already lost half of the interest of the people that we're trying to talk to and trying to have an impact on. And then capacity. This is a room full of experts. Like, I know that I can show you guys half my graphs and you'll have a comment on it. And you also interpret it in a way where you criticize it. You think, okay, this is insightful, this is not. Have you thought about this? A lot of people that we work with are brilliant programmers. Like, these people have the best insights and they often correct me on my analysis. But they're not, data literacy isn't that high in some of the areas that we work in. And this is unfortunately also the case in some of our agencies, which is normal. That's not everyone's expertise. But especially in the communities, if we want to bring insights back to community, you can bring a dashboard to someone. Like, I can bring a dashboard to my little brother. He's also going to be like, well, that's interesting. What am I supposed to do with that? So I think this is something that we work on a lot. Like, what level of data literacy do you really work with? So what do people want from us? Ethical considerations, we do want to bring the data back. and awareness of data. So do people really know how much exists, and are people really able to capitalize on that? One of the things we do, I'll just quickly show it. So we have dashboards. One of the things we're working on is storytelling. So it works in some ways, it doesn't work in others. So our dashboards, they have a lot of storytelling and a lot of caveats, because we are researchers after all. But we restrict a lot of our data. So some of our data is accessible, but we make sure that we try to balance the ethical consideration of giving access to people who might not be an expert on our data, but also making sure that some of the disaggregations simply aren't possible, because we've researched those and we know that it's better not to do certain subsets. This is for data protection purposes, but also for the type of insights. We've had actually, with dashboards, we've had some of the benefits that we found are that if we get people who work in programming to look at dashboards, they might not necessarily do the analysis themselves, but quite often we find that when they start using it, so we've had, when you start subsetting by different regions or by types, the gender of the head of the household, and these are returnees in Iraq, we find that people figure out what they want to know that we haven't told them yet. So we've had a lot of agencies come back to us and say, oh, actually, that's really interesting. Can you now help us do the research? So there are certain benefits that we find in dashboards, which is that we've increased engagement with our data, and therefore we are better able to provide insights to people. We found this really hard with communities, right? This is not something we can not go to areas in Iraq with this, and that kind of engagement we are still working on. So I think there's serious limitations to this. So my challenges are pretty much the same as the reasons why we're doing this. Capacity is still a challenge, like how much can you really do it? It takes a while even to make a dashboard like this, go through it, make sure it's protected, make sure you've done all the right considerations. Getting community access is really hard, so this is something that I think dashboards are just not yet really doing, and something that we're working on. So we also do a lot of exploratory research, we do participatory research, and we try and figure out ways to get these insights and use them in different ways. And then the final one that I will mention is data integration. This is, again, this is very, in a way, very small-scale data. I find it a massive data set, 3,000 people, but it's small-scale data in the world that we're talking about. This is in areas in Iraq where we can't really use AI, we can't really use forecasting. These are people's individual lives and preferences. But the question is, how do we continue to take into account the relevance of this data in a world that moves so fast and is going so much bigger, so much quicker? How do we make sure that this individual can still tell us, well, you might think where I'm going, but this is where I want to live just because I want to live there, or because my friends live there. And this is why I don't want to be in agriculture anymore. Even though you might come with programming, I'm going to become something else. So we hope to continue this, and we hope to continue the conversation. We have dashboards in multiple regions. I showed a few examples of Iraq, but we also work in the northeast, northwest of Nigeria, Colombia. So you can explore those. And we really hope to continue the conversation to think about how can we continue to integrate individual perceptions and opinion data in a world that moves this fast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Zineb, and I work for the Norwegian Refugee Council. I lead on our work around how to responsibly use AI in humanitarian action. And although there's AI on my title, I don't want to talk so much about AI today. I find it very difficult to stand on stage at a conference about peace and promote a technology that, to the best of my knowledge, there is little to no evidence that it supports peace, but we know very well that it's a very good, effective tool at doing war at the moment. So yeah, when I talk about CLEAR, which is an initiative led by NRC, but hopefully involving more and more actors, but it's really building on years of learning from this community on how can we bring insights to the variety of decision makers. Has been talking about who are the decision makers we're talking about, and that's really beyond the donors or the people at headquarters or the UN agencies, but really down to the field level. So the first responders that are most most of the time the communities themselves. And I really loved what John shared with us earlier. Yeah, so from 90 platforms to 1 decisions, and 90 is not a random number. We've done a study last year where we tried to map platforms that are working around in the space around early warning and early action, and we found that there's approximately 96 platforms doing different parts of the job, filling different gaps, but really rarely talking to each other. So as a think of first responders or a humanitarian aid worker at the field level already struggling with connectivity, trying to collate information about what happened, and really having to open approximately 90 tabs. So yeah, how do I do this? Great, yeah. Just for those who don't know, the Norwegian Refugee Council is an international organization working to protect people forced to flee, mainly forced to flee conflicts in around 40 countries. We do humanitarian assistance that range from protection from violence to shelter, education, and the like. So this figure was mentioned earlier today, 75%, as like there is a gap of 35%, but actually see that this is pretty good figure in terms of availability of data. There is 75% of humanitarian data is available and is on HDX or some other open data platform, but we found that really very little of it reaches actually response planning or supports response. Why CLEAR matters today and why now is some of the reasons why we started working on this is around the fact that, yeah, funding cuts has been mentioned a lot, but we really think that there is a push to do more with less and push to like look for silver bullets such as AI. But really it's CLEAR is looking at how we can do more with less together. And I know those who know me, I sound like a broken record. I talk about this all the time. Collaboration, working together, building systems that talk to each other, building in a way that is open. We also think that the crises we see today are more and more compounded and more complex, so they require more and more evidence-driven decision-making. And that the technology is there, it's great, and it can help move things faster. I'm going to skip this slide because you mentioned it already. So when crisis hits, we all struggle to find out where the people are, where they're moving, what do they need, how can we reach them best. We all know that. But when the data isn't there or it's not in a format that can be used, humanitarian actors, and this they've told us this, it's not, we've heard it many times over the years, that yeah, in the end, we just do what we know what to do. Like we do what we know best, we just go there and act on gut feeling, which is great. We don't want to cut down that like humanitarian instinct. We want to keep that there, but we want to empower it with data so that the decisions that are made are something that humanitarian working can stand by. And we really think, we make the assumption that the sector has all the pieces, they're there, they're in different formats, but they are sadly super fragmented. And the scale of fragmentation is, as I said, 90 plus platforms. So what CLEAR is trying to do, I'm going to skip this because I don't have so much time, is not just to build a pipeline, but to really build a continuous loop going from the signals and events, alerts, and response to, again, that response feeding back into the next signals or the next learning. So that's where the L in CLEAR is about learning. So we're building, there's AI there, sorry, but we're building an engine that I will maybe touch on better here, which is an analytical layer that's not just AI. It's some models that, some of them are AI models, some are more just good old mathematics, but that sit in different organizations owned by different actors, but they're often not really making it to the decision-making on the ground. So all this great science that all of you are doing is really reaching that last mile. So what we're building is how can we use technology that exists today, that we can build, now we have funding to do it, to build that layer that will bring these models to life and will actually deliver insights to the people who need it. most, and the most timely way and the most granular way possible. So I'm just looking at the time. It's going really fast, so I'm not going to go into the details, but I just want to mention that the first thing we thought we need to build is an API. We need to make the data available first, and make the structure of the data open, so that others can start building with us. So I invite you to look at the website later, but I'm just going to skip through. And then we're building these 4 kind of user interfaces. One for warning, that also takes the learning from inform warning. I've seen also the presentation about the disaster risk data hub, which is really great. I think we're gonna use your data. And then like an operations console, that's where there is maybe some Gen AI or NLP that helps really focusing on retrieval and helps, with decision making, basically. And then our flagship product for, or the way how we deliver emergency response where possible, it's through cache. And we are doing that in more and more digital ways where it's possible. So we want to use this system to enable quick cache delivery to people. So yeah, I'm just going to skip through this. So there's just a few screens I want to show. So we have an MVP already live. It's working in Sudan, where we're taking this variety of signals coming from different sources and sending alerts when alerts passes a certain threshold. Then our field teams on the ground get the information really synthesized with when something is generated by some black box that's already mentioned there, and when it's when we have a source, we have also like reliability and scoring for the confidence for the different pieces of information we're showing. Yeah, I'm just going to go quickly through this. So just some screens. Again, feel free to reach out to me. I can show you the platform during the break. One more, because everybody loves a chatbot, we added a chatbot. It's not necessary. And then I just want to say that in the end, what's really important, I don't want to talk about what we are building, but how we are building it and the importance of open source in this space. If we want to be independent and want to be true to our humanitarian principle of independence, we have to become independent from big tech giants and build technology that can be inclusive. If we talk about localization, how can a local actor have access to tools that might be actually blocked in the local context they are living in? So we really have to take this. We're taking this as a principle in how we build Clear. We build it in the open. It's open source from day one. It's on GitHub. You can go on our GitHub and have a look. And that QR thing is to join our newsletter mailing list. So yeah, thank you.
So much to our wonderful speakers. It's now time for lunch. We have a little less than an hour, but please do use this time to ask any questions to our lightning talk speakers and the panel beforehand, and then meet back at 1:30. If you have reported any dietary requirements, you will find your meals on the bar upstairs. Otherwise, food is served in the 2 rooms upstairs. See you at 1:30. Thank you.
we are almost at time. We are going to be starting our next panel in exactly 1 minute, actually 36 seconds. So I do ask you to come here to the front. I hope you all have enjoyed your lunch, but now it's time to get back to business. Yeah. Room. I'm happy to welcome the panelists for our next panel, The Data We Need to Invest in Peace, by DPPAPPO, I can never say this, Information Management Unit and the Digital Transformation Strategy of Peacekeeping. Ian will be our moderator for this session, so take it away, Ian.
Thank you. Just testing 1, 2. Okay, I can slowly start by using my prerogatives as moderator to do a bit of advertisement for the digital transformation of peace operations, digital transformation strategy for peacekeeping, as well as the work we do in the Information Management Unit. We manage the central information of the 2 Undersecretary Generals for Department of Peace Operation and Peacebuilding and Political Affairs, and we publish, of course, data on the Peace and Security Data Hub. And alongside, I think, UCDP and PRIO, some of those core data assets that the peace and security data community, a very small community, has produced, we see ourselves as an integral part of that. So this conference is, I think, just an excellent opportunity to get everybody together who use our data, as well as get everybody together who are interested in using data products for their own purposes. But the perennial problem stands, which is we have all these great data tools, we have all of this great analysis, the new agenda for peace and the UN 80 articulated cost-benefit analysis of conflict prevention, but of course the member states' investments in conditions for peace don't always follow. So this ever-elusive policymaker is nowhere to be found. But at the same time, I think as a community, we shouldn't really look past the fact that the data maturity of peace and security studies has actually changed dramatically over the past few years. Conflict studies, use of measurable dimensions of conflict, intensity, duration, spread, it's all readily available now, and in a way that it wasn't available 15 years ago. And I'm quite hopeful that we can use some of this new data and evidence in kind of novel ways. So we've brought together in this panel a group of experts who are going to help us answer how we get from all of this excellent data to action. So what is the data that we need to be able to take action together? So we're trying to strengthen the value proposition of investing in peace by exploring a synthesis of conflict forecasting, economic modeling, to clarify the costs of inaction as well as action under different policy choices. So these are the kind of things that you as a policymaker need to evaluate. And in line with the Barbara Walters 2020 paper, we should try to ask ourselves, how do we move the debate from questions of whether peacekeeping works to the more pressing question of how, when, and why. So those are the more specific questions you might need to answer as a policymaker. And that means that we all have to probably work a little bit differently together. And this is our hypothesis of ours, or of our thinking so far, is that there is a quantitative conflict researchers need to probably work more together with the economists to make available evidence legible, understandable, usable for policymakers or policy entrepreneurs. And there's also a question of whether or not the UN should exercise more of its epistemic authority in advising member states about the consequences of action as well as inaction. That's a very ambitious task, and I think it goes to the heart of the whole conference. With that only 60 minutes, we hope to be able to solicit all of your thoughts and inputs to that conversation as well. It's not something the panel here has the monopoly to answer, and I don't think it's something anyone has actually the ability to answer just of their own right. So how to crack that nut is going to be a bit of a challenge. That's the kind of chapeau of this panel, and I hope you'll join me in welcoming our first panelist, Dr. Simon Polichinello. I'll start with you. I'll hand a question over to you, and you'll have a few minutes to answer, and then we'll go to the next panelist. And once everybody has had a chance to speak their sort of initial thoughts, I know you all come very well prepared, we'll open it up for others to join the conversation, and hopefully we will generate some useful, interesting ideas that will take us one step closer to enhancing the data maturity of our domain. So with that, Simon. So since Pathways, peace and security, the peace and security domain has matured, I would say, from just an outside observer, a lot more data being produced, a lot more data being collected, a lot more evidence, a lot more publication of a quantitative nature on peace and security dynamics. What would you say that, given all the metrics that we saw in the earlier panels, what would you say is the value proposition of an outfit like UCDP is when it comes to having the infrastructure to be able to run these types of analyses at scale, to swap out variables, to swap out models, to swap out data sources? How does that infrastructure created in UCDP has enabled that change in the conflict, peace and security domain as a whole, and then also how do you see it being used in the future, perhaps?
So that's in use UCDP data go
UCDP
into
and
but
sorry.
I think a lot of us has been told that if we just collect better data, if we create better models, if we do more timely forecasting or event extraction, then we will be heard, and then somebody will act on our data product or on our insights. And I think the Walter paper you references goes a little bit in that direction. So it's clear peace building works. What we need is better data, and I'm not going to push back on that. That's why we have put so much effort into the whole views forecasting platform, in making sure that we can rigorously test different models, different data, see how they work well under which condition they don't work well. And we keep doing this improvements over improvements and over improvements. And at some point I think that we need to figure out which of our partners are actually standing with epistemic issues of not knowing things and not knowing things timely enough. Because in that paper, also in Hannes Müller's paper on the price of peace and the IMF paper, and way back in the 1990s with Ferrand's The Rational Explanation of War, there's this idea that there's these uniform actors out there, maybe it's countries, and if they just understood how costly war is and how profitable peace is, then they would all stop fighting. And I think most of us in here knows that if we think a little bit about it, that's not how it works, right? These actors, whether countries or whatnot, is not unitary. Peace is a public good. War is a public bad, so there's collective action problems. The spoils of war is a private good, so there's a lot of incentives. Meaning that when we figure out whether or not we are standing with an epistemic problem, people that actually ask us for better data, a better model, or if we are standing with people telling us to do better because at the end of the day, they don't have the political economy to actually act. And we have to ask them, well, what would your decision be under perfect information? If I could get you a perfect forecast tomorrow, if Magnus or Katjun could get you perfect event data tomorrow, would you even have a decision space? And if they don't have a decision space there, then maybe we should look for partners that actually have a mandate and have the agency to do things. And I think the rigorous of how Views has set up things makes it easy, and this is also what we do in collaboration with a couple of our partners, not least FAO, to be very rigorous in asking what decisions is it that we can help you with, what decisions do you need help with, are we actually hitting the spot, and then there can be a feedback thing. And if we try to hit the spot and it keeps being vague and the target keeps moving, then perhaps we should back out and look for partners that have a little bit more of a clear vision.
That's a very accurate.
You told me yesterday that I could be controversial.
I don't think it is controversial. I think it's a description of the reality as we all live it, which is that sometimes you're barking up the wrong tree, and at the end of the day, there is political will, and then there's no political will. And so to the question of political will, the hypothesis of this panel, and I'm not sure that it holds, but it's let's test out this idea, is that if you have good models and good data and good evidence, and you're able to translate that into different policy choices under different trade-offs with different assumptions, that those and we make those visible within domains. This is what's going to affect you on your health. This is how it's going to affect education. This is how it's going to affect economic development. And we just can make that visible and also make visible the consequences of inaction. We would more likely be able to shape decision-making or shape advocacy for the right type of actions. That was the assumption, but I know that there are specialists who have worked right at this intersection. So Thomas, perhaps you can give us a bit of a reality check. Is that does that align with your experience having worked in Institute of Economics and Peace on translating some of this from the primary data producers to something that is more digestible for policymakers?
I don't want to be the second person in a row. I am to rain on your parade, but so I'll give perhaps a qualified yes. So IEP was set up to very specifically translate, or rather talk about the benefits of peace in an economic register. So it's a little bit of heresy, perhaps, to say that hasn't always worked in the way that we would want it to. So I'll offer a qualified support. So with the kind of work that Views and Conflict Forecast are doing, you can take the literature on the costs of conflict, which is very well established, very well known, going back to Paul Collier's work, the work that the IMF has done on the long run economic impact of conflict and so on, and you can take that and then you can bring it down to the local level, and you can have estimates around interventions in different types of conflict scenarios. So thinking of Conflict Forecast's dynamic early warning action model, and forgive me if I'm describing it in the wrong way, but my understanding of it is that it allows you to think about where you get the biggest return on investment in terms of conflict prevention, and also timing-wise, looking at it at the local level, the PRIO grid level, and so on. So the ability to take that kind of forecast, bring it down to the local level, sort of, in theory, makes the case stronger for the economic impact of peacekeeping and peace building. Certainly, as an organization, the most success we ever had in terms of a response to a piece of work we did was the paper we put out in 2017, which has the sort of the widely quoted figure on that a dollar invested in peacekeeping and peace building leads to, a saving of $16 in the long run.
Still being quoted.
Still being quoted.
Yeah.
And then, the conflict forecast model puts the range at, I think, $27 to $101, depending on the context. Hugely successful in terms of the amount of attention that it drew. In terms of increasing funding for peacekeeping and peace building, not so much of a success. So there's an issue there. I mean, to give a partial defense of talking about these kind of issues in an economic register, I think it's interesting to look at the literature on the impact of describing costs using economic figures, not so much from the peace and conflict world, but from something like climate or from political advocacy. There is certainly evidence to suggest that putting these kind of costs in economic terms increases support for a particular position, but usually from people who already support that position anyway. And then in a political register, if there's an unpopular policy and you frame it in economic terms, that can also increase support from people who oppose that measure, but in a very sort of limited sense. And I think sometimes in sort of when we're talking about peace building and peacekeeping, almost nobody is opposed to atrocity prevention. Nobody's opposed to preventing conflict. So really what you're ending up doing by framing it in an economic register is you're just restating the problem using a slightly different vocabulary. And we haven't necessarily seen then, I think, in the peace and conflict world that framing the discussion in economic terms. It can increase support. It's a great number to quote. I mean, we do it in the Global Peace Index every year, talk about the total cost of violence to the global economy, $20 trillion or whatever it is. It's a great figure to talk to when it comes to translating that into action. Haven't necessarily seen the results we would have liked. Sorry.
I think it's important, and I was involved in those discussions when those numbers were first kind of put out, and I wholly agree that putting these numbers out don't necessarily change some fundamental politics in our domain, and they're still going to be there. I think that you raise an important point about when can we reasonably expect certain numbers to function as these kind of shorthand heuristics that we can then use and then build out an advocacy coalition. And in a lot of contexts, it's a bit about preaching to the choir. But you need to build a coalition, and that requires sometimes some good strong numbers. Moving on to Anna Jensi. You are the preeminent policy expert within the UN on this panel. Peacekeeping missions, they already generate a lot of evidence, and we know that through both our performance systems, we do data analysis, we report a lot on what we do through the formal channels, informal channels at the country level. We produce lessons learned. We do a lot of community engagement, human rights analysis that colleagues previously provided, and then field-based political assessments as well. From DPO's DPET's perspective, what are the main challenges in turning all of that evidence into better mandate implementation and operational adaptation? And what kinds of data are most useful for decision-making in missions, and what institutional conditions are needed to make sure that evidence can actually shape our practice? Because I think that's the challenge that we sometimes have. Our practice is past-dependent. We have a workforce that maybe might not have come up in the world in which data really defined the way you did business and did your work. And then as an add-on to that question, if you think of DPET as one stakeholder, who would you partner with? How would you partner with research partners to make sense of internal, peacekeeping data that could maybe help advance advocacy, decision-making, within your domain? And I know you come very well prepared, so I'm sure you have a lot to say about this.
Thank you so much. Well, hopefully not too much to bore all of you, but just to say it's been for me really informative as the policymaker and not the data expert to listen to all these panels and all these discussions. I was struck by the fact that almost all panels have highlighted 3 points that for me, for peacekeeping, are incredibly important. And the first one is that there's no replacement for human oversight when it comes to data. So that for me is a key insight. Also, that you all acknowledge in one way or another the role that the political will or lack thereof plays in translating data into action for peace, which is also really key. And lastly, the need to strengthen that partnership between those who are data experts and those who are making the policies and making the decisions. Because the more that we strengthen that partnership, the more the chances are that we can translate that into actual action for peace. I was also very struck, and I was mentioning to Lawrence yesterday after his intervention on preventing atrocities, how he framed 4 success criteria, let's call it that way, of what makes an intervention successful. And he mentioned committed engagement first, a multiplicity of tools versus just one tool, collective international action, and no bias. And when I hear all of that, that's exactly what peacekeeping is meant to be, right? That's what it's supposed to bring together. So that's why there are multiple studies that speak to the effectiveness of peacekeeping. And it's not only effective in what they do, they are effective in terms of cost. They're very cheap. And there's a new figure that I heard recently that I found particularly striking. The annual budget of UN peacekeeping is equivalent to only 16 hours of military global spending. So not even a full day. So yeah, that's the sort of data that for us is incredibly striking, and it helps us for data advocacy, because it is ultimately, as we've all discussed, about political will and about getting the decision makers to use that data in order to if not to make the decisions that are right, at least to make them very well aware of the cost of not making them and the cost of inaction. So for me, that is a fundamental point. And how can data help us for that? We have, as you mentioned, so much information that we gather. The UN is better at qualitative data, but we are also making a lot of progress in quantitative data, because that gives us the sort of figures that makes an impression and that makes our points more easily absorbable by the Security Council and by member states. So our challenges are less about getting more data and more about learning how to leverage it at decision key moments, because the data doesn't change reality just by existing, right? It needs to be tied to choices, and those choices are made by someone. So what the UN can usefully do is put that information in front of those decision makers and make them understand that whichever way they choose to go, it comes at a price. If they choose to delay action, that's a price. If they choose not to act, that comes with a price as well. So I think that for us is particularly important. So it's the mix of integrating it at the very technical level, integrating all the different data sources we have and all the different data streams, and being able to understand it ourselves better, how to use it better, and the point of using it for data advocacy, for planning, for decision making. And we have made in peacekeeping quite a lot of progress with that. We have the Comprehensive Planning and Performance Assessment tool, CPAS, which, if you can, I recommend. There will be a session tomorrow virtually. And for us, it's quite an innovative system that helped us move from just gathering information on activities that peacekeeping missions do to asking the right questions. Is it having an impact? What is the impact of those actions? And that's the sort of information that we are now taking, the information that CPAS produces, we're taking into Secretary General's reports, into conversations with the Security Council, with other member states, to make them see the impact of their decisions. Because theoretically, the Security Council will not disagree that prevention is cost effective and that it's better, right? But when it comes to the political decision about it, they might disagree in how much the UN should intervene, how much the UN should devote resources to a particular intervention or not. So that's where data really adds value for the UN, when we turn it into a strategic tool that helps us save lives. We use it also for protection of civilians and early warning, which is key for us, because also it's tied to decision-making moments. Is when does that information hit us, and when can we use it to actually save lives and impact in the field? So I will leave it at that, and hopefully we can have more of a discussion in the Q&A, but thank you.
That was a nice save of the whole data agenda. Thank you so much, Anna-Jensi. And then, you know, for Simon, maybe this is the right tree to be barking up against. So that's excellent. So moving over to Astrid. So from the member state side, or all the way over to where you're advising government, maybe parliamentarians, evidence only has traction under specific political conditions, and it often competes with very strong institutional and strategic incentives. You know, this is the political world that we live in. What do you make of the evidence and data's ability to clarify decision spaces, trade-offs and consequences under different political constraints? So let's say under constraint A, this is the options we have, these are the scenarios, and these are then the impacts. What can data and evidence, how can data and evidence maybe help a policy entrepreneur undertake those efforts to convince and stitch together the right sort of advocacy coalition for a specific type of action? Because when you're part of the ever elusive decision maker, you're really pulling together, you know, a consensus around a decision, perhaps.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for having me here. I agree. Also for me, it has been an extremely enriching time here in Stockholm. And maybe 30 seconds about CIF, because I'm not sure whether everybody is aware who we are. We are Germany's one-stop shop when it comes to multilateral crisis management and the civilian component. We belong to the German government. The MFA is our shareholder, and we have, like I always like to say, two chambers in our heart. One is the secondment side, present here with 2 secondees. Antje Lehmann, I've seen you on the panel lately before. And the other part is the think and research part, so using the knowledge of our secondees in the field, enriching it with our own expertise, and then giving recommendations to the German government, but also to the multilateral players like the UN, NATO, EU, and OSCE. And of course, evidence always gains traction when it clarifies or helps to clarify trade-offs and aligns with the strategic interests of political actors, rather than acting as a neutral arbiter. And to overcome institutional constraints, policy evidence must be strategically and smartly designed, utilizing specific data types, coalition frameworks, and the insights of policy entrepreneurs to really drive change. There are many political constraints like institutional rules, bureaucracy, budgetary limits, and polarized interests. And those force every leader normally into difficult zero-sum calculations. And evidence helps navigate these spaces by, I would like to say, 3 different areas. It helps to quantify opportunity costs. So translating abstract policy goals, like, for example, environmental protection, into localized economic and social trade-offs. It also data help to map constraints. If they identify institutional veto points, legal bottlenecks, and administrative capacities to show leaders what is actually really feasible. And they depolarize through scenarios. If they provide predictive modeling and cost-benefit analysis that depoliticize means while highlighting different value-based ends. And you asked me about coalitions. And I guess everybody knows the Carney speech in Davos, which really was for me a very helpful new idea of thinking about coalitions. They form around shared core beliefs and policy goals. And new coalitions require data that unifies previously disparate groups. Through, again, I would like to mention three ideas. So, overlapping interest data showing how seemingly unrelated issues intersect. For example, the overlap between public health outcomes and climate resistance. Data help to share vulnerability assessments. So hyper-localized or disaggregated demographic data that reveal common risks across different communities or sectors. And lastly, and very important, framing data, storytelling data, such as human impact analytics and success stories that connect intellectual research with emotional resonance or resonance. And then you asked me about entrepreneurs, the game changers. They are knowledge brokers who exploit windows of opportunity to push innovative solutions. And to be effective, they require really actionable tactical intelligence, also coming from data. These can be administrative or geodata, really granular data, zip code level disparities that prove an existing policy is failing and highlight exact locations for localized interventions. It can be what works evidence or what does not work evidence. So really impact evaluations that help leaders to de-risk new policy ideas and prove they are cost effective. And then, of course, institutional mapping and political networks. So an analysis of political opportunity structures, legislative vote thresholds, and stakeholder mapping to identify potential swing actors and blockades. But I would like to mention, like many of you before, data are never neutral. They do nothing more or less than help us to optimize the room for uncertainty. And humans don't like uncertainty, but I think we have to live with uncertainty. And prediction coming from data does not replace politics or human judgment. So peace building, or the domain CIF is mandated for, always remains a political exercise and not an Excel sheet or data dashboard exercise. And for me, the big question is, maybe also to the audience, how we can strengthen the human factor and the human intuition and the judgment, although at the very same time, AI is developing so fast. So which kind of trainings or leadership initiatives could we all start working on to, again, make the human factor strong?
What an inspiring and interesting intervention. Thank you so much, Astrid. Really appreciate it. I want to open this up to everyone, but I also saw Simon scribbling away because I know it sparked a lot of interesting ideas. So maybe you want to just have a 2 cents on what everybody says, and then we can start opening it up. In the meantime, please, guys, think of your questions to the panel, but also maybe an intervention or two, as long as you keep it short, so we can keep the conversation going. This perennial problem is not something this panel can solve, and it's not something everyone here can solve, but it's definitely something we need to start having a conversation about, how to make our evidence a bit more politically salient.
I think I came off maybe more pessimistic than I am. I am very pessimistic, but I'm not, I'm not a total gloom, because you can probably categorize it differently, right? But when Anna Jansi talks about what she's doing, you can think of our potential partners or stakeholders out there maybe in 3 categories. People that have a well-defined decision space. They know what they want to do. Like Maximo Torres, the chief economist from the FAO, he came, he was like, I want these things. Then maybe we figure out that we need to adjust a little bit, but well-defined decision space. Then you have actors that have like a decision space that can, in theory, be elicited. Like maybe they are not exactly sure what decisions they are taking, what decisions they could be taking, but if we work together, we look at data, models, the domain they're working in, a decision space can be elicited. And then you have actors where there is no decision space. And it's the last one where I think that we need to be cognizant about when we keep getting told to do something better, something different, if we are just running in a treadmill, or if we are actually working towards something, or just distracting ourselves. And because if you then take the 2 first, for them it's an epistemic question. Can we get knowledge? For the last one, it's a political will, political economy question. And we can also choose to tackle that. But that's a more activist role. That is not just, that is us, as you also point out, both of you, that is us starting to say, okay, but maybe there are people that are not willing to act. Then there's a trolley problem, right? Not acting is also acting. But then we want to be open about, if you don't act, this is what will happen. And these is the actors that we think have agency. These are the decisions we think they can take. These are the people that will pay. These are the people that will die. These are the people that will be rich. And we can start working towards these frameworks for like the stakeholders that don't have an action space or don't have the will or capacity to move. But that is different from what I think most of the people that do event extraction or forecasting right now see as their own role, but I'm not against it.
It's a very clear way of thinking about it. People who have a defined decision space, people who are unsure about their decision space, and where there is no decision space. And I think, the role of activism, I think many who work in politics are motivated by expanding a decision space for peace and security.
Such an interesting point that you made, Simon. Somebody before made a point about accountability, and I think in that space, we also need to gather data, because it is the only way to at least make those actors who are refusing to make decisions that need to be made, it makes it undeniable. So you hold them accountable to that truth, and for that you need the data. So even if you know that that's not going to result in a decision, at least you hold them accountable, and that in itself is a win.
I absolutely agree. But if we do that, then we also have to think about who is it that they are accountable to? Who is our audience? If we go out and we see, this is the actors, this is the decisions or non-decisions, these are the potential consequences within uncertainty, obviously, right? Who are we talking to? Are we talking to the UN?
Right.
Maybe. But are we talking to national constituency? Like who is the audience that we are trying to,
Put a mirror
hold
in
somebody
front of.
accountable to?
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's there, but we just need to be, what's that called, kind of cognizant or intentional about who that audience is.
Really fascinating points, actually. Is that
No, I wait.
So let's open it up. Let's see who else has views on this. I might be able to. There's a Kassayun, of course, maybe the first one to sneakily, Kassayun, and then the gentleman to the right afterwards, and then the gentleman with the glasses there after you. So Kassayun first.
Okay, it's working. This is not a fully formed question or thought. It got me thinking about the last point that Simon was saying was sort of where my mind was going as well, about who the audiences are. I think that, I'm guilty of this as well, that we try to create things for decision makers, and who is a decision maker? And I think the truth of it is that there's decision makers at the UN, in government, in the private sector, in humanitarian response organizations. So knowing exactly which one it is. But then I think also knowing, as a field, we need to be a bit more honest about what are they willing to do? So like, from our perspective, we value perhaps human life more than anything else. So we want people to say, this is where people are being impacted, this is where you should send people. But it's not very realistic, because the audiences that we're dealing with have political restrictions or motivations, or they have monetary motivations, et cetera, reasons why they don't necessarily value human life as first and foremost the way that perhaps we do. So I feel like we need to have maybe an honest look at who are we talking to, and is there a more clever way for us to get at what we want while also trying to get them to agree to basically do it. It's not really a question, it's just a random musing.
Thanks, Sotion. The gentleman to the right, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think it follows well on this point. So much of the discussion seems to hinge on our understanding of the mindset and motivations of the senior decision makers we're trying to influence here with our data and analysis and warnings and such. I think there's a risk of having a sort of simplistic model of these decision makers that's not fully informed by actually a lot of experience and understanding. So I guess I would encourage us to think about how we can bring some of the rigor that we apply to understanding conflict processes and bring that to thinking about how do we understand these decision processes and the perspectives of the key decision makers. So I invite ideas on, are there ways in which we can design either research efforts or the process of doing the work and learning while doing, so that the next time we come back and discuss this, we have sort of more nuance around the question of what decision makers really want, what is impeding them from taking wiser decisions and the like. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Very interesting panel. I think actually my question is very similar to what Katayun mentioned, in the sense that I think we're in a room full of analysts, and we could maybe agree that, okay, the data we produce, we trust the data, but then actually when you're met with someone maybe on the ground, you can be met with a lot of like data skepticism, right? Like, and also when it comes to accountability, I would imagine, when you confront someone with like, okay, because of your decision, this happened. I feel like if it's a very skilled diplomat, politician, they could, potentially talk their way out. Oh, no, but this is the wrong data. You should measure it something differently. If you look at something else, I was actually in the right. How do you, and maybe like, what's our role in tackling this data skepticism, and just sort of, I think we're moving away from a point of complete trust in a single data point. Maybe you can have a room here, but I think the moment you move outside of this conference, anyone could talk. We're in a world where some people believe the Earth is flat. How do you, how do you go from there? And in a way, yeah, what's our role in educating? Thank you.
I think with that, let's stop the questions and then hand it back over to the panel. So first, tailoring our data products to specific decision makers, having them in mind. Think about the human consequences, the currency in which we are dealing with here. Second question was on maybe avoiding simplistic modeling and generate a bit more effort into understanding the decision spaces that we're trying to enter. And then the final one was how do we deal with data skepticism? I have thoughts on all three of these, but it's not my business to share my thoughts. So I'll hand it over to the panel. I'm sure you will have.
Maybe if I start just with two reflections, and thank you for the interesting questions. Although it is so much under stress, for me the UN Charter is really the reference document for what we do in peace operations. And if you read the UN Charter, it's all in there. So it stays the reference document. And who is the audience where politicians or all leadership in the very end needs to refer to? It's the citizens of the world. Represented in the General Assembly, the only place in the world where we have all countries with one vote. So those bodies are the strong bodies we need to uphold to, and we need to restore faith into those systems and to protect them. But I think it's all there. The post-factual epoch we are in is really a very, very tricky task. That is very difficult to tackle, I guess, with rational evidence, but more with trust and personal charisma to bring people back to facts instead of, well, fiction.
Maybe if I may add, because I go back to the point Lawrence made about a multiplicity of tools and not relying on just one tool, right? So for the UN, the decision makers, you have a range of them. You can talk about decision makers being the heads of state of warring countries that you're trying to mediate between, or you can say that the Security Council is for us a decision maker that we need to constantly engage with, or the member states individually to garner their support via financially or politically. So I think data is one of the tools, but you cannot rely just on that, because as you say, that can be questioned, there can be pushback. They might not even care what the data says and just choose to ignore that. So the way that we perceive it in peacekeeping operations and peacekeeping work is that you try all the tools available to you at your disposal, good offices, mediation, data, anything and everything you can, because it increases your chances. And ultimately, all the UN has is moral authority. We don't have real power over anything. So all you can do is try your best with all the tools available to you to see if that can make an impact, and try to understand also the mind of that particular decision maker and what it's in it for them ultimately, because a lot of it is going to be self-interest. So if you understand what the motivation is from their side and try to tackle that angle, the chances of getting somewhere are at least a bit higher.
I think when having the discussion around sort of people with uncertain decision spaces and coming to the point about data skepticism, there's something to be said for a kind of blunt force data certainty rather than data uncertainty, at least as an entry point with the kind of people that we deal with who have uncertain decision spaces, which is not so much various UN bodies, but it's working with militaries or counterterrorism organizations. So we have developing a partnership with the Nigerian Counterterrorism Center. The in for us there was the Global Terrorism Index, which is not a very subtle instrument. It's just a single score there, but it has, for want of a better term, good brand recognition. And it's established over time. It gets a lot of media attention. So that's our entry point there for the Nigerian Counterterrorism Center. We can then open up a discussion around talking about counterterrorism responses through a positive peace lens. And part of our partnership with them as an organization is around training. Because if we came to them with an entire suite of data tools to start with uncertainty estimates and so on, there's just no traction. So the sort of blunt force instrument of a composite index gives us the in. So then we're partnering with them to provide data training. Then in terms of thinking about partnerships, that gives us the opportunity then to introduce tools like Views and Conflict Forecast and Inform, because we don't have those tools. We don't produce those tools. That's not our role in the ecosystem. But we can introduce people who would otherwise not be interested in those tools to them. Provide training. Suddenly you have uptake in a situation where you wouldn't have had uptake before. So in terms of data skepticism, there's something to be said to having a certain confidence with blunt force data instruments.
I'll first take the data skepticism point, and then we'll collapse Katayun and Lauren's point into one. So we are not the first to face data skepticism, right? It's the whole merger not doubt thing. It was with British Petroleum and oil, right? It was with big tobacco and cancer. It was with DuPont and PFAS. And none of those cases are directly transferable to conflict because there's different incentive structures and different collective action problems. But we are not the first kind of scientific field that had to both fight, general data ignorance, but also people that was actively trying to, sow doubt, which is also why I say that yeah, maybe some of the things we should do was also, I myself am guilty of sometimes listening to a good colleague that has made a good model and then me thinking you could have done better. And maybe instead of doing that, I should just back up on them and be like, you know what, it's pretty good. You know what, and this is scientifically decent, and have standards, have quality controls. We had this discussion with Kraft before. One day maybe we will have some kind of better scientific standards in regards to what we do, and that I think would help, a little bit of a shared front. To Katayun and Lawrence thing, so Lawrence, when I wrote my thoughts down about this panel, I was like, oh no, I'm not agreeing with Lawrence on stuff. Because I do know that you and some of my colleagues at the Simon Scott Center think that we should, as you said yesterday, that we should be ready with the knowledge once somebody is ready to reach out for it. And maybe I'm a little bit more proactive. I want to shove the knowledge down their throat and be like, this is the facts. And it's not sure that we will agree upon that. But what we will absolutely agree upon is that you know more about the psychology of decision makers than I do. Like, unequivocally, and I will never understand that. I'm not that close to decision makers as you are. I don't have that experience. So 100%, and this also goes to what Katayun says, that we need to map out, you know, who are these different decision makers, because they're very different, they have very different incentives, they have different ways of thinking, different modus operandi, and that's just a collaborative effort. And I fully, you know, admit that that's not a thing that Views will be able to solve without, for instance, the Holocaust Memorial Museum.
Thank you so much for that, Simon, and the whole panel. Really insightful things. I wanted to just use my prerogative as moderator, just 2 cents on the importance of transparency in the use of our tools. I think there is knowledge is really expensive to produce in this domain, and the fact that Views comes with a peer-reviewed methodology carries, you know, I should carry a lot of weight, and I would really also encourage our craft colleagues to you know, consider quality standards when we are presenting, you know, what to some policymakers appear as wizardry tools in front of them. We should definitely maybe think about that, and it's something we live in inside the organization. Is easily get duped by you know, a fancy graph, and then when you start interrogating the underlying data, oops, it's actually perhaps of a lesser quality. So many threads to pick up on here, but before I do, I want to open it up to the group. Yeah, there's a lot of interest. Okay, yeah, please, the lady there, and then after that, and the lady in the back with their hands raised, way in the back. Yeah, there you go. Why don't you start?
Microphone. Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, okay, thank you very much. Something that struck me is that when thinking about the data we need to invest in peace, a lot of this data is still very conflict and crisis oriented. And thinking about a lot of the projects that, you know, bring us all here, the ultimate goal is for peace, but how it's practically achieved is through crisis prediction and prevention. And so I'm wondering kind of what the missing link is in building towards more like data that systematically understands peace at the granular level. Like, what would it look like if we had a Views for Peace that can understand these positive peace indicators and not just the absence of conflict or the decline of conflict in the negative peace sense? And then the more provocative question is political will more motivated by crisis than the promise of peace?
It's a great question. I'm glad I'm not answering that.
Hi, I'm Amanda from PeacePace. I wanted to pick up, Simon, on your point around the spoils of war being profitable. And so I'm wondering whether, is this part of using data for accountability, of tracking, like people say, follow the money? Sometimes I feel like in conflict, it's like follow the arms. And do we have a responsibility to kind of overlay the fact that when we talk about political constraints, sometimes I think what's happening in the back is that, like, there is a profit that's being made. And so I'm wondering, like, when I think about the US support for the Iran war, like, some of that came because it was so publicized, the support that Iran was giving to the PMF and other armed groups around the region to destabilize. But, like, do we treat the suppliers of large arms, like significant war economy, do we treat them the same way? And is that part of the calculus that needs to be in the data models?
Those are explosive questions that I will not dare to answer, but perhaps our panelists might venture I guess. So the first one is positive peace instead of conflict incidents, perhaps providing more granular understandings of a situation. And then the question of whether political will is actually motivated by crisis, and as an extension of that, whether there are certain incentives, economic or otherwise, that are driving crisis. The spoils of war was being mentioned. I think Simon is probably the best person to start here, but if others want to chime in.
I can start then. First, for the spoils of war, I don't see why not, Amanda. Why not? Why not just and it doesn't even need to be like normative preaching. It's just descriptive, saying some people make a lot of money, some companies make a lot of money, and that a lot of that information is very publicly available. And I don't see if we make kind of more actor decision focused forecasting and event extraction, I don't see why we also don't see like who is paying, who is getting rich, who is dying, and it doesn't even need to be framed in a moralistic way. It can be purely descriptive to the extent that we right now have the information, right? But again, as I am also told, all these things are expensive, right? And we have all heard, there isn't a lot of funding, so we also have to agree upon, what are the most important things to do. But I think that could be one of the most important things. And that goes over to important thing, positive peace. Yeah, I guess that the Peace Research Institute also was basically founded on Jonas Galtung's kind of questions about negative and positive peace. At least that was some of his very early work back then. So I don't think that anybody at the Institute or in views kind of disagree with you that peace is a lot more than just negative peace, and it's a lot more than the absence. A little step that we have taken, but it is a little step, is the impact modeling that Håvard Heger was talking about yesterday, to look at, okay, but what does this mean for infant mortality, for vaccination rates, so on and so forth. But I think we can do more. I'm not really sure how, but that's kind of a data problem. I'm not sure we have the right data yet, but yeah, still the right path to look down, I think.
Institute of Economics and Peace, is that something you have experience in?
Yeah, I mean, we have a slightly different positive peace framework, but along the same lines, there's certainly an appetite for it, particularly, interestingly, amongst security organizations, amongst counterterrorism militaries. That's where we've had some of the greatest response in terms of using positive peace as a framework. So doing a project in the Philippines, developing a positive peace framework dashboard, the whole kit and caboodle. The problem for us is that, with the level that we operate on, it's at a very macro level. So using our framework, measuring positive peace, comparing it between countries is relatively straightforward. Taking it down to the national level becomes more difficult. Taking it, subnational, local, community level becomes a much more difficult proposition, not something that we're currently set up to do. But certainly the appetite is there, absolutely.
Maybe I'll After you. Yeah. Just related to the question of positive peace, I think that is a particular area where peacekeeping struggles a bit to demonstrate impact and to show the positive effects of our interventions, either when we're in a country or once we have left, and how that reality changed because of a peacekeeping mission. So I think that has been something that we've been grappling with and struggling to make more of to be more intentional about showing that, because peacekeeping operations are so reactive and they're in such volatile environments and they're struggling with the crisis of the day, that capturing all those positives is hard, but I think it is important to make the point and to use for advocacy as well. And on your question about whether political will is created by crisis or not, I believe it was Kata Yoon yesterday who was saying every conflict you need to look as its own specific thing, right? I think you cannot generalize, yes, in some cases, yes, in some cases, no. So I think it's very important that you don't try to apply a cookie cutter vision to all of it, but look at the particular problem that you have in front of you, as small or as big as you want to cut that piece of the pie, and just analyze that and see what is the mechanism there that has it ticking, and how is the best way to try to address it in its own particular universe and see if that has an impact.
And maybe to the question of peace, I mean, speaking as a European citizen and nailing it down to everybody who's living in Europe. I mean, this is a very, very successful peace project coming after a time where we had horrible wars in Europe, and Europe benefited a lot from working collaboratively together, economically and so on. And I think it's up to everybody now to really stand up for that project. I know it's very much under stress from outside, but also from inside. Dangerous right parties making us think that a badly managed globalization should bring us all back to national interests, which is totally wrong. So it's up for everybody to stand up for the own life experience, what it means to live in peace and to defend it. And I think we can't delegate that to any politicians. It's up for everybody of us in the room.
So we are the decision makers.
Yes,
Yes.
we're the decision makers of our own future, in a sense, yes.
That is so true. We have the 5 minutes left, so I'll open up for 1 or 2 more questions, and then I have a few questions to round us off with as well. Anyone venturing? I will go into the rounding off questions then. I think I would like to pick up on a few things playing off of your experience from both the Institute of Economics and Peace as well as in the policy domain. And that is the role of training, actually, and the role of educating a new cadre of entrepreneurs, or policy entrepreneurs, or planners that would really be able to pick up on a different method of actually trying to make a case for action that is really evidence-based. And I think that this community has a role to play in fostering that. That's a hypothesis. The future will tell whether that will be true. But maybe it's something you've all been involved with senior decision makers. You've all kind of engaged with them. Maybe you can share a little bit about your experience. Where have you been able to successfully change people's minds? What kind of engagement and training did that require? And was it effective? I don't know who wants to start here.
I can start briefly with my experience in UN peacekeeping, and I see not only how training and thinking differently about the types of profiles that you bring into policymaking can be really useful, because traditionally in peacekeeping we were mostly about qualitative data and analytical reports and documents, and now we have started to look at different profiles to complement that, because there is a realization that we need both sides of that coin, right? We need the data experts, we need the tech experts, we need that awareness of that part. That is a skill that it's often lacking in UN peacekeeping. So we have gone through the route of hiring more people with that profile and using them into our policy shop to train and sensitize and making us all better at it, but also training the people who think are untrainable in data literacy to kind of balance that those two worlds in UN peacekeeping, which is difficult, but we definitely see the value of it, and we have already seen the impact of having that. We have started in DPIT specifically a working group that was with volunteers, young people, to examine AI tools, to examine how to use them for policy development, to examine the risks of them, to examine what's the ethical use of them, and just grapple with those questions together. And that small working group, which started as an initiative of 2 young people being curious and asking all those questions, is now a division-wide working group that is producing a proper manual on how do we use AI tools for policymaking, which is extraordinary because it was an initiative of individuals. So yes, we are all the decision makers, and we can train ourselves, each other, and be aware of the areas where we're probably lacking and try to complement them with others. So that's always incredibly valuable.
Simon?
I couldn't agree more. And I think maybe it sounds like it's easy to make it sound banal to be like we should collaborate more, but I don't think it is, because there is often this kind of it's the whole kind of, you know, communication issue that when you come from a bunch of different fields and then you try to talk together, and it's not just it sucks. It's, you know, because suddenly you don't feel like an expert because you feel misunderstood. The other people feel misunderstood. You're sitting there thinking, do they even know what I'm talking about? They're thinking the same thing. And it's so easy and so tempting to just retreat back to your tribe and be like, well, I guess policymakers don't understand science. And then you're just, you know, grumpy somewhere. And it's just, you know, it's very tempting, but it just doesn't move the thing forward, right? So we really have to, you know, like take a bite of the sour apple. Isn't that what we say in Denmark?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
and be like, okay, this will not be particularly fun before we have developed a shared vocabulary. And when WIUS was doing it with the FAO, even though this was data scientists and insurance people working in the UN, we shouldn't be that far from it. It almost took a year before we had like a shared vocabulary so we could actually, every time we sit down, know exactly what we are talking about. And that's just, it's just hard work, but it's, it is the way forward. I absolutely agree.
40 seconds left.
One little example, at CIF we have quite a few secondees working on hybrid threats in different organizations, NATO, UN, OSCE. We gathered them, we talk during a month once with them, we deliver little non-papers and made our government aware that what happens in the field has a strong lessons identified curve for Germany protecting itself from hybrid threats. And that was a super interesting return of investment that at the same time made our government and also the parliament aware how important those secondments are.
Thank you so much for that. I think we're at time, correct? Yeah, we're at time. All right. Thank you so much for all of your inputs. Really enjoyed the conversation. I hope you all took away.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, our panelists, for this great panel that sustain a lot of conversation and discussion. So thank you so much. We are going to now go to our next round of lightning talks for the day. And I want to ask here on stage Barbara Farkas from Uppsala University, who will be talking, presenting her talk From Conflict Forecast to Socioeconomic Impacts, Operational Use Cases and Challenges. Behar Shara, who is going to be presenting the high-frequency pulse, fusing ground truth and Gen AI for real-time mission intelligence, and Ping Yi, who will present democratizing high-resolution mapping, community-drawn data for inclusive and conflict-sensitive decision-making. Thank you for all of our lightning talk panelists, and Barbara, you can take up from here.
Nice. So hello and welcome everyone. I'm going to talk about forecasting social economical impact using conflict data. My name is Barbara Farkas and I work as a research engineer at WIUS. So let me introduce the core problem. So there is a mismatch in data that we use in early warning systems. So on one hand, we have the conflict data, like UCDP or ACLED, which comes in very high resolution, usually monthly resolution, and it's updated frequently. But when it comes to understanding its consequences, then we often face a delay problem. Because the social and economic indicators are typically reported annually. So, and not only this, but there is usually a significant lag in these indicators. So it means that when we observe these indicators, then the actual event there was a long time that the actual event has passed. So we observed the conflict quickly, but we observed its consequences very slowly. So far, we couldn't manage to solve this problem to translate conflict prediction into the social economical impacts. But what if we could do forecasts on impacts of conflict? So if we think about this problem, we just have this question naturally. What is the next step? What is missing? Because we already have very good forecast, conflict forecasting. So what we usually miss is the next step. And the next step is how it changed people's lives. And we can think about this missing link as three terms, three impact domains. One is health, which includes infant mortality and life expectancy and other indicators. The other is economy, with indicators like GDP per capita. And we also have society with indicators like liberal democracy. So the goal is to forecast social economical impacts and not only conflict forecasting. So the core idea is conceptually relatively simple. We start from the conflict data, which is observed monthly, and then instead of trying to derive social economical forecast directly from conflict data, we use a model, which is in our case, it's a deep learning time series model, which tries to learn the pattern and the relations between conflict and its impacts. And then, in this sense, we can do this. We can translate these impacts with a data-driven way. So the pipeline. Let me introduce the pipeline. We start with the input, which is conflict data with monthly resolution and indicators with annual resolution. And then we have the model. And then here is the catch. So instead of doing only one forecast, we actually do two separate forecasts. One is our observed world with the previously mentioned impact domains. And the other one is a no-conflict world, a counterfactual world, which means that what would happen and how would it look like if we hadn't had conflict. And then we have these different forecasts, and we can actually combine them and define the impact, which is the difference between forecast and counterfactual. And now we have this impact. So, but we immediately face a technical challenge when we try to implement this. So this problem is that we need to bridge timescales that are not on the same scales. So we have the annual indicator, GDP per capita or infant mortality rates, but we cannot just directly insert it in our pipeline. So our solution is twofold. So first, we need to temporarily disaggregate these annual data, and then we are doing a nowcasting, since it's not only annual, but also delayed. So we first have to do a nowcasting to have the missing data. And then the model learns the monthly conflict dynamics, and we do a 36 months forecast horizon monthly forecast. So let me show you an example. Ukraine, and the indicator is GDP per capita. So here you can see the whole time period with the recent conflict in 2022. And with darker green, you see our forecast, conflict forecast here. But what is interesting is the red and orange forecast. The red is the actual observed world forecast, and the orange is the counterfactual world. And we see that they diverge. And the gap here is actually the impact that we defined previously. So I'm going to show another figure, this one, because in this you can see the impact better. So this shows the impact as a percentage in terms of the counterfactuals. And it tells how much the GDP per capita changes compared to the no conflict scenario. And when we have this, we can actually expand this framework and apply this framework to other indicators. As it was mentioned yesterday, in one of the panels, Howard Hager mentioned that we also do infant mortality rates. So this is another figure about infant mortality. It shows the absolute infant mortality, so how many children would die due to conflict. And then we get the terrifying number of 500,000 in our forecasting horizon. So, all right, so far we talked about the methodology and some examples. But the real question is, why do we do this, and who's going to use it? And the answer is decision making. So decision makers often need to know how the impact of conflict, so how these social and economical impacts of conflict changes based on different scenarios. So for humanitarian organizations, it usually means that the anticipation of mortality and food insecurity, or identifying high-risk population. But for development actors, impact modeling can help quantifying economic and human losses and allocating resourcing to high-risk regions. And since we do explicitly counterfactuals, so different scenarios, it's also useful for policy making. So we can analyze different policy scenarios. For example, escalation versus de-escalation pathways, or evaluate different policy trajectories. But I have to tell that there are some limitations. So first, this uncertainty. So conflict forecast has an uncertainty, and of course it propagates to this impact forecasting. And it accumulates and amplifies with the forecasting horizon. And there is the counterfactual construction. How we create counterfactuals. So we used a very simple no conflict scenario, but the question is it really the right way to make baseline, the appropriate baseline model for impact? And then obviously the data limitation, that the data is low resolution and delayed, and that we mostly resolved by temporal disaggregation and nowcasting, but it also has some uncertainty that we have to address. And finally, the validation, which is more complicated because of the process, the complexity of the process, and the sparse data. So I have to emphasize that this is still an active research problem. Okay, finally, let me tell three take-home message. So one is that we could manage to translate conflict forecast into social economical forecast, and then this provides an earlier information than conventional indicators, and then the third one is that it helps and supports the work of decision makers. Thank you for your attention.
Hello? Perfect. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Behar Jara. I'm the Director for Global Development and Humanitarian Assistance at Premise. Today, I'm here to talk about high-frequency pulse, so how we're fusing human-centered approach and ground truthing to advanced and the use of Gen AI to advance mission intelligence and humanitarian response. But before I do that, perhaps I could just give you a bit of introduction at what Premise is. Organizations have hundreds of ways to sense our world. And as we have heard in the past 2 days, right, we have a way to understand what's happening through satellite imagery, through drones, social listening, or through different beacons. But for some things, we really have to just be there, whether it is to map an aid corridor, or to just understand what people feel, fear, want, and need. And that's where Premise comes in. And to do that, we have developed an app that anyone with a smartphone and some access to internet can download, and then they can share local insight in return for making some money. Over the past 10 years, we've been able to build a global network of about 6 million or so contributors that have given us the ability to be in about 144 countries that respond to different tasks, or these gig economy tasks in our app or marketplace, in 39 languages, and over time, we've been able to get about 170 million or so responses. This global community gives us, one, access to literally any place, and even in those that are non-permissive environments, but also gives us that ability to have persistent understanding or access to information at a very local level. Since we're a gig economy-based app, we have this system of incentives, or this framework of incentives ingrained into it. And this allows us really to be fully digital and fully remote when it comes to sensing what's happening around the world. And what that in return helps is really to be able to get access to information at a local, hyper-local level really fast, across countries in a very scalable manner, and of course, cost-effective. Premise contributors, they can perform different data collection tasks. They can respond to sentiment surveys. They can go and map out their local communities, or they can go door to door, shop to shop, and be able to map pricing or goods inside a space. We now, with the exponential growth of AI, have the ability to also send prompts to our users, so where they can record themselves and give us the ability to have qualitative data at quantitative scale. So Premise, some 10 years ago, was built to actually help consumer product good companies. Premise had access to all these low and middle income countries, and had the ability to turn to these individuals living in places where organizations or these corporates needed data to understand where their products may be, if anyone buying them, what the price is. This included likes of Coca-Cola, Heineken, etc. We're able to go to every mom and pop shop, the traditional trades where you don't actually have data, to understand if Coke is sitting in a shelf, if it's running out, if that little mom and pop shop is running out of shelves, right? If Pepsi and Coke were sitting in the same refrigerator. And that way, so that they can guide their market expansion. So we took all of that innovation and developed use cases for the global development space. And I'll take you through a tour, a very quick tour through some of the use cases that we've had over time in a bespoke manner with different global actors or UN agencies. So here, this is one right at the outset of the war in Ukraine. WHO was able to leverage Premise network in frontline oblasts to perform needs assessments around health issues. Right after the Cyclone Freddy hit Mozambique, we're able to go on the ground to understand what the damage assessment may be and what is the impact that people are feeling at their homes. Do they have shortage of electricity? Do they have shortage of water or water? Do they have access to roads and facilities to seek help. We supported UNICEF in understanding polio vaccine hesitancy, understanding how people are dealing with misinformation and whether that's impacting their behavior in accepting or not accepting polio vaccinations. We've helped right after the US pulled out of Afghanistan, where there was a flux of policies coming in. We've helped USAID map out education opportunities for girls. Even though there's policies in place, we're able to go visit those facilities, not we, the local contributors, and provide us with insights as to what actually is going on, and what are parents thinking, and what are the tools that they have at place or disposal to make sure that girls are getting access to education. The same as what we did for consumer product goods. We've had the ability and we've supported the World Bank across many countries around fertilizer pricing or stable food pricing in this case in Papua New Guinea. Over time, local contributors, those people living in places where we needed data from or the World Bank needed, they were able to go and track prices of 22 staple goods so that the World Bank could better measure inflation in near real time and guide policy interventions. The same concept of going and understanding what the pricing and product availability may be in local markets. We've done the same, but for the aid diversion detection and leakage into markets. Department of State, USAID, wanted to know whether aid is going to intended recipients. And if that is leaking out into the market, someone is making money, someone is taking those goods away from. So this was a way to monitor and provide insights into that. Other use cases dealt with mapping school functionality during climate change events in Mali, or mapping cattle transhumance networks in Cameroon, or really running on-demand research for the likes of The Economist, especially after major events in those countries where data was not available. So, as I said, my goal for here was to talk about how we're fusing this global network of ground truth access with Gen AI to help better drive mission intelligence, but also humanitarian response. We know that most of the missions that work, they are either in conflict or non-permissive areas. And the traditional monitoring tools, they don't allow they're not keeping up to pace. With the global aid budgets being slashed and the physical footprints reducing immensely, we are having issues as a community to be in places where we can understand what the needs of communities may be. This, in return, is allowing us to be in a place where data, information is coming late because these conflicts are fluid. These situations change faster than the data come in. But now, with Gen AI, we have so many opportunities. But as was spoken all around in the past 2 days, there's a lot of noise. So how are we doing with that? We built a multimodal methodology where we deploy the human sensor network through Premise to guide, to provide early warning, early signaling of issues, but also to help verify and triangulate whatever Gen AI may be able to. So we've built 3 tools. Well, we have at the center of it, we have Premise, and then we've built an Aegis, which is an AI engine that helps scrape data from the publicly available information, structured data set, and turns it into insights using triangulation and early signaling that's coming directly from the communities. How is this loop working? So we run longitudinal surveys, sentiment surveys with communities all around, in places like DRC, etc. And then, in the meantime, this listening layer is also aided by Aegis that's scraping the publicly available information. As that is being triangulated. Any anomalies go back to the communities which verify those anomalies. And that way, we're getting a sense or greater sense or clarity when it comes to ground truth. We've taken this methodology and we've deployed it for Aegis for Humanitarian Response. So we took the core multi-sectoral needs assessment questionnaires that the UN clusters were running to better understand what are those needs of communities in crisis countries. We reduced them into surveys or questionnaires that were easy to digest for communities in these crisis countries, and we ran them longitudinally. In the meantime, AI was helping us through scraping of social media and publicly available media build context around the information that these local communities were offering. And in this way, we're able to take, to run this in 10 countries and really be able to build a huge, like a baseline of humanitarian needs across these countries. So to date, and I will leave this with you, this is my last slide, we've been able to receive 703,000 responses to individual questions from communities around these 10 crisis countries. We've looked into 65,000 media, verified media, and about 750,000 social media signals. Using all of that together, we've been able to build a strong resource that is in high frequency, in near real time, that goes beyond what the legacy monitoring tools have allowed, in the past, when they took a year at a time to provide this set of insights. Thank you, and I'll be happy to chat with anyone that has questions after.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm Ping from the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, and it is my great privilege to be here with you to talk about our work with low-cost drones. I'm a technologist, and this is a technology demo, but I want to start from why this matters. All communities need maps to function. Maps are necessary for disaster preparedness, mitigation, response. Maps are necessary to know where to place public health, services, infrastructure. Maps are necessary to understand populations and their needs. Humanitarian actors can't manage what they can't see. Conflict-affected communities need data as much as any others, possibly more because they're especially vulnerable. And yet, at the same time, places affected by conflict or at risk of conflict are systematically data scarce. Government and institutional mapping systems have often broken down. Commercial coverage, data in these regions may be missing or outdated because the situation changes so quickly. And so geospatial data is just yet one more way in which conflict-affected communities are underserved and disempowered. This is the Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. 200,000 people live here. This camp was begun in 1992, so people have been living here for decades. In 2021, we went to try to collect aerial imagery to make a map with a professional mapping drone. This was a $15,000 fixed-wing drone. It weighed about 4 kilograms. And unfortunately, that's a pretty scary-looking object to a customs official. It was seized by customs, and it took us years to recover the drone. And when we finally recovered it, we hired the Kenya Red Cross to fly it. It's not a simple thing to fly a drone like this. It was relatively expensive. And the local residents weren't involved in this process. Wouldn't it be great if there were a way to get high-quality, high-resolution imagery with an inexpensive drone that's small enough that it can't be weaponized, and so regulators are more willing to accept it, and also a drone that local residents could learn to fly, and maybe even get paid to do it, so their communities can build capacity and even benefit financially. That's what we're trying to build with Drone Tasking Manager. It's an open source platform for commercial grade mapping with hobby drones. And We're building it in the open, co-developing it with our partners NACSA in Nepal and OpenDroneMap. And I want to just walk you through the process of collecting aerial imagery using Drone Tasking Manager. So I'm going to create a new project and give it a name. And the first thing I need to do is define my area of interest. So I'm going to take us into an area in Sierra Leone where we've been doing some of our mapping experiments. If I have a polygon that's been predefined, I can upload that polygon. Or I have the option of just drawing the area in the map. So I'm going to draw a rectangle on this map where I want to collect some aerial imagery. OK, that looks pretty good. So once I've defined my area of interest, I can set the resolution of imagery that I'm looking for, in our case 5 centimeters per pixel, the amount of overlap I want between successive images, and what kind of output I'd like. Would I like 2D imagery or even a 3D model? I'm going to turn on terrain following, which I'll explain in a moment. Now, to map a large area, you need to divide up that area into work units, right? Because a drone has a limited amount of time it can fly in the air. You need to divide it up into areas that can be covered in a single flight. So I'm going to specify that I'd like to break this up into 400 meter squares. That doesn't fit my region too well, so I'm going to try maybe 450. OK, that looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and create the project. And now I've got it set up with these. The region is divided into 12 tasks that are ready for drone pilots to go fly. So a drone pilot can log into the system and claim a task. And by locking it, they assign it to themselves. So we can distribute the work among many drone operators. And Drone Tasking Manager has created a flight plan. So a drone can methodically fly over the whole area and collect imagery that covers all of it. And by default, the takeoff point is the center of the area. And right now, it's made a flight plan flying from south to north. But suppose I know this region, and there's actually a better point for me that's more accessible, a better place to take off from. I can move the takeoff point to a new location and recalculate the flight plan. And it's decided to reverse the plan. Now it's flying from north to south. OK, that flight plan looks pretty good to me. So I'm going to download it and put it on my drone flight controller. And on a flight controller, it looks like this. If I zoom in, you'll notice that the waypoints have varying altitudes associated with them. And that's the terrain following I was referring to earlier. If you're flying over hilly terrain, then the drone also needs to fly up and down to match the terrain to maintain a consistent altitude over the ground, so you have a consistent level of detail in your imagery. Now, ready for drone pilots to go out and fly this imagery, collect photographs with their drones. And you end up with a big pile of photos on an SD card. So let's suppose I've flown 2 of these tasks. And so I've got about 500 images, which I can upload into Drone Tasking Manager. OK, the upload process typically takes a little while, so I'm just going to skip ahead. That's done. And then the next step is to classify the imagery. So we've learned in our experience that when you do a big data collection project like this, some of the images come back with problems. They might be blurred or too dark or taken at the wrong angle. And so this classification step involves having a Drone Tasking Manager goes through the images and detects problems like this. This also takes a few minutes, so I'll skip ahead. You'll see it's found 4 images that have issues. And I can open them up and have a look to see what's happened. So each of those green dots is a location where a photograph was taken from. You can see I've covered 2 of those task squares. If I look at the images that have issues, here's a red dot. It says, camera must point down. So this image was taken at the wrong angle. If I inspect the image, sure enough, it's a picture of the horizon. This is not the kind of imagery we want. We want images that are pointing at the ground. OK, so I agree with its decisions, and looks like it's classified the imagery correctly. I'm checking out one of these tasks. It looks like I've covered the whole area pretty completely, and I'm ready to mark this area fully flown and ready for processing. And so the final step is then to process the imagery and stitch it all together to make a 2D model or a 3D model. And I can do that at the individual task level just to see each square. Or after I've flown the entire area, collected imagery for the whole area of interest, you could do final processing to put it all together. And the result looks something like this. So over that whole area, when you collect imagery at this resolution, you end up with this kind of level of detail. This is just from a hobby drone, but it's detailed enough to identify vegetation, building materials, do damage assessments. But 5 centimeters is not enough to identify faces, so privacy is protected. We did an experiment last year to scale this up. We went to Freetown, Sierra Leone, and worked with the Freetown City Council and Slum Dwellers International. And we trained a team of 14 to fly the drones and process the data. They were a mix of university students and residents of the slums, of the informal settlements. They captured over 100,000 photos and covered an area of 80 square kilometers at this resolution, 5 centimeters a pixel. And this is what they ended up with. So that same level of detail that you saw earlier, but they were able to cover a really large area, most of the city of Freetown. And this is 14 people with 6 drones, and they collected this imagery in about 3 weeks. You can use that same imagery to make a 3D model of the area at this level of detail. So where we are today is with Drone Tasking Manager, we're able to collect and enable residents to collect high-resolution imagery with an inexpensive quadcopter weighing under 250 grams. That's an important threshold for regulations. So under 250 grams is a special class of aerial vehicle that's easier to accept. And I just want to be clear, we're not saying that it is appropriate to fly drones over all conflict-affected communities. What we are saying is that conflict-affected communities have a pressing need for geospatial data, and we think it is an ethical imperative to directly involve and benefit and sustain the members of those communities in the process of collecting and using that data. And the work we're doing with low-cost drones is about making possible that involvement. Thanks for your attention.
All of those 3 talks were so interesting. Thank you so much. I felt so bad having to cut the 3 of you. But I do hope we're going to a coffee break now. And I do hope that you take this opportunity to ask questions to our speakers who all have such interesting things to say. Thank you. And we can be back here at 3:30 sharp, so we can proceed with the final block of the conference. Hi, everyone. If we can start coming back into the main room here, we'll have our final block of the day, which will be a lightning talk by Madeline Widman. And then we are going to have our final panel of our of the in-person portion of our conference. And then we are going to, like yesterday, end punctually at 16:45, so we can have you all out of the room by 5 p.m. With that, Madeline, if you can come on stage. Madeline will present her talk, Signals to Solution, a live data to action simulation on Syria.
Brilliant. Okay, a last push for the day. I hope I get you guys motivated. I think a question we have been asking in the last 2 days is what if we could prevent atrocities? More specifically, what we are asking is what if we could detect spikes in anger, in fear, or in misinformation before it turns into violence? Because last year, in August 2025, in Asweda, in the south of Syria, we saw mass atrocities against Druze communities in and around this region. Quick show of hands, who has heard of these attacks? Who's familiar with this content? Oh, a ton of people, brilliant. So you might have also heard that while this was happening, we saw killings, we saw abductions, something more was happening online. Narratives of dehumanization and sectarian stigmatization were spreading across social networks, with up to 20% of the posts related to Druze communities containing clear hate speech and dehumanizing language, also incitement to violence. This is a peak of posts that related to this issue last year before these escalations happened, and these are peaks of posts that I collected just last week. So this is where we become very alert at the what if. We are a peace-building organization working at the intersection of tech and AI, media, and spaces for peace. We work very, very closely with local experts, teams, and partners so that we can co-create solutions. Currently, in Syria, we are piloting our early warning and atrocity prevention work. This happens in a framework approach. We have 4 main steps. We have detection, validation, risk assessment, and continued response. So detection looks like automated monitoring of these spaces. And again, very importantly, we are working with locals. This means that we can play in local slang, local dialect, coded language, and identify patterns that are highly specific to the individual context. So what I did here as an example is into our interface put the parameters of searching platforms such as X, Instagram, TikTok, with a broad match for the Arabic writing of the term Druze between May 28 and June 12, so just the last 2 weeks, looking at about 3,000 posts per day. What I found was quite eye-opening because we're currently seeing very similar narrative patterns to what we were seeing last year pre-escalation. Specifically, the top flagged posts or topics are around sectarianism, so a form of prejudice or hatred towards certain sects because of their affiliation with such sect, Druze identity, and the Syrian conflict overall. If we overlay that with an analysis of the emotion over time, we're also seeing very similar emotional patterns. Concretely, the top 3 emotions that are associated with Druze communities, these posts right now, are anger, disgust, and sadness. And I found about 45% of the posts analyzed had a general negative sentiment. My question to you, just to see how you would react if you were an analyst and you saw these dashboards, quick show of hand of which of these factors would you want to prioritize to investigate first? Quick show of hand, the emotional spikes in anger, fear, disgust, sadness, not many. B, identity-based narratives. Oh, I'm seeing a bunch of hands. Or C, the sheer volume of negative sentiment. All right, I'm also seeing a lot of you. Well, what we have found is that there is a correlation between B, these identity-based narratives, and what we're then seeing leading to offline violence. And that is where the validation point comes in, because if we look at these narratives, we're seeing a lot of what is being posted is not actually true. We work here with online influential actors. They might be social media group admins or key contributors that already have a following. They have influence. And we train them with our tool and how to conduct context and conflict-sensitive social media monitoring so that they can do a highly localized analysis for their individual groups and contexts. What this might look like is that our system flags something like this. This is a very strong post equating certain sects with cancerous growths and using pseudo-medical language to call for their removal. This is not only misinformation, this is direct hate speech. Our trained users can identify it as such and thereby refine the analysis. And this is by no means an isolated case. What I found was that on one of the days that I looked at this data, about 45% of the posts, 12% of the posts contained some form of misinformation. This is a key escalation signal to us because the threshold to violence is becoming lower and lower. And that's where we come into our risk assessment. Again, closely collaborating with local experts and actors, we can then cross-check this data with highly localized risk indicators. And that informs our action. We then still need to decide at which level we will become active. Because if we look at this map, we can see that these narratives are not only pertaining to the area in and around Asweda, which you see down here, but actually the entirety of Syria, and even beyond that, the entirety of the Middle East. And we're all aware that narratives do cross borders, both governorate and country borders. So this will inform our continued response. We need a response that is not just locally grounded, but also has potential for wider reach. We at the What If do several things. We interact with researchers. We are originally derived from a research project, so we play our data back to researchers. We work with policymakers, but especially one thing that I'd like to highlight is that we work with locals to elevate their voices. This is an example of such a response. I'll just play this for you briefly. Not sure if we have sound for it.
بس ما بحضر حفلك اليوم.
أنا من حماة وما بقول يا سماء.
أنا من تلكلخ بس ما بشتغل بالتهريب. أنا من الباب بس ماني 11. أنا أرمني بس ما بكسر بالعربي.
Brilliant, thank you. Even if we only heard half, I think the gist is clear. This was a post that was created by a group of our trained actors that had been trained on using our tool, on identifying the harmful narratives within their own groups, their own communities, their own contexts. And this was their counter-response. A post that within 24 hours gained 5.4 million views and incredibly positive resonance, with people saying that finally we're speaking with each other and not against each other. So this is just one of the examples of how we can flood these spaces that are used for harmful narratives with more positive narratives. I thank you for your attention. I look forward to collaborating together and finding synergies so that we can continue this work. Thank you.
And now, I will introduce the final panel of the in-person section of our conference, Early Warning in Action, Leveraging Data Technology for Violence Prevention by CMI. Thank you.
Still with us? Great. That's a very energetic response. I feel like it has been very content-rich 2 days, so at least myself, I'm kind of at capacity, so a particular appreciation to you, to being here with us, and also those online. I think they have been having even a tougher job to stay in front of a screen and still engage with that steady supply of Swedish strong coffee. So good afternoon, my name is Johanna Poutanen. I'm from CMI, Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation, and I really have the privilege to moderate today's discussion. Early warning in action, leveraging data and technology for violence prevention. And I have to confess here between friends that I feel a little bit of pressure when it comes to this panel, because over the past 2 days, there have been a number of comments and remarks made about this persisting gap between warning and action. And still kind of like, why isn't there? There's great technology, better analysis, better forecasting, and there still isn't that early action. So we have to crack that nut here in this panel, so no pressure at all to our panelists. But before we begin, just one clarification. I think the composition here in this panel does not mean to imply that governments are the only ones taking early action. There is a range of actors from local authorities, local communities. I myself come from civil society organizations engaged in dialogue and mediation, also a means of early action. But we thought that it's also useful to have a deliberate deep dive into one particular perspective. So how ministries and public institutions think about the challenge of...
Picking up on the comments about the need to balance the sophistication of the analysis with the simplicity, can you talk a little bit about what you think key policymakers really need to know and understand about quantitative analyses? It's probably not the details of the methodology that the data scientists understand, but it's something about that, the data, the methodology, the quality of the analysis. What exactly is the most important thing so they will then trust and be able to act on those analyses?
What do policymakers need to know about methodology behind? Yes, please.
You asked the question about what else would we add to the list. I think your comment was getting at under the institutional coordination, maybe as part of it. I don't know if your countries have this, but spent 9 years at State Department until last year, did atrocity prevention with Lawrence, so he's very familiar that I would always tell him that the regional functional divide is a much bigger problem that I feel like outside of government, nobody really understands that, but it gets to the point, some of the comments that you made about the embassy or whoever's in charge of the country. When we're talking about an action, the human rights people are the lowest on the totem pole in those interagency conversations, and that whoever's in charge of policy for that country usually ends up winning out. So I think that without solving that regional functional divide, we're never going to get over to actually doing human rights. And then the only other two that I'd add, just to see what you think, is policy coherence, because I think there's a lot of overlapping agendas that are related, but some tangentially, and we tried to start kind of bucketing. For example, when the Global Fragility Act was signed, we put atrocity prevention, women, peace and security, and stabilization underneath, thinking that would make it more coherent to have these stakeholders working together, but I think it diluted a lot of key concepts. And then the last one is, I think strategic communications, we also have to do better messaging to our domestic stakeholders and taxpayers about why intervening in this country has anything to do with you, right? And just making sure that there's not only the moral objective, but the strategic imperative.
Excellent, thank you very much, and also kind of bringing a bit more nuance to these broad categories. So I think that there was a question about good examples, a thirst for more of those. Second, about methodology, what the policymakers need to know, and then these are really potential pain points within institutions, the divide between functional and geographic teams, the need for strategic communications and policy coherence. Do you want to comment on this?
I'd say Lawrence is one of them. I'm going to skirt around the positive examples. I feel like I'm out of positive examples. I think, what do decision makers or policy makers need to know? I think that the source that this is coming from is credible, which I think broadly it is in these instances, in terms of the institutions that. The data production institutions, you guys, that we are taking, and then us, hopefully we're credible within our own organizations putting them up. But also around the clarity, this kind of goes to the institutional coordination point on the Menti, who is actually responsible for the decision that's being taken, which is maybe obvious, but is often quite hard when situations are quite dynamic. And so that, again, there's not an easy solution to that, but it's just constantly being aware that you need to have clear ownership for certain decisions all the way through. And I think that goes to part of the question around policy coherence, yeah, I would absolutely recognise the fact that often it's the loudest voices that will win out. And there's an awful, I mean, these are incredibly, certainly speaking for the UK, we work in an incredibly hierarchical organisation, right? So there's an awful lot of that comes into play, but also not to avoid the fact that you might see from the outside a single decision or a lack of a single decision. There are a tremendous amount of disagreements going on under the surface. So there are good people within the system trying to get to the answer that you think needs to happen. And maybe I can pick up on this later, but I think there's a bit to pick up on from the previous panel that Simon mentioned. A few other people have mentioned it, and I've talked in the breaks to a few people. There is something around the community here maybe looking at doing more advocacy, I think. And I know that will be uncomfortable for a lot of people, but that's one way that you can see the warnings that you are flagging up having an effect, which is to sort of keep the pressure on us, because there will be advocates within the organization for you. You just need to keep adding the pressure on us so that we can support you on it.
The point about strategic communication. Aurora was coming in, and then I'll give Olli.
If that's okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. No, maybe I would be able to chip in another positive example. So actually we offer like a certain kind of tool set to our colleagues for our analysis, so for the strategic processes that we do. And one of them focuses on electoral violence, and we've really seen that these processes have been like really popular among colleagues. So I think violence around an election is something like really concrete and something like really easy to grasp. I mean, of course, it's also based on data, the selection we do in this field. Like, I mean, obviously looking at past elections and whether there were instances of increased violence in the past, because that's obviously the best indicator for future violence around elections. And then we carry out these processes approximately 2 years before an election takes place, so that we have enough time to then implement instruments. And these are really analyses where we've been like really often able to mobilize rapid actions in cooperation with foreign policy instruments or with our EU colleagues from FPI. And so maybe this for the positive examples question. And then for the trust in tools, I would have also definitely mentioned the data sources. And then maybe to also, like when it comes to models, to really have clear dependent variables, so to really use terms that policymakers also understand. So for example, in our tools, we talk about probability and intensity, and I think that's something every one of us can understand, right? What it means. And I think we should also like not underestimate. I mean, of course, data literacy in these institutions is definitely an issue and a challenge, but I think we should also not underestimate colleagues. I think they tend to really ask the right questions and really want to understand what these models are based on. So I think that was a really good question.
Great.
I just wanted to add to the second question that indeed, when you think about senior level officials and more importantly, political masters, be it in the national parliament or European Parliament, I think they take it for granted and of course expect that all the analysis is based on evidence-based research. But very importantly, when you think about politicians in particular, I mean, they deal with a plethora of issues. So it's like an A4, very clear, crisp, with 3 points that are sort of understandable for a person who is not, day-to-day dealing with a particular file. So Stratcom, communication, you can never be clear enough. I think that's the lesson that I have learned in my career, dealing with political masters.
And then one further example from the GFFO, we think that funding science and funding data early warning projects is very valuable, and we do that. We are the largest donor in the CRAFT, the Complex Risk Analytics Fund. We also funded the Climate Conflict Vulnerability Index project that you can find online, and we keep on supporting such projects.
Well, yeah, that's also important, the long-term investments that are done in order to this crucial infrastructure to keep it going. And maybe again, using your point as a segue to talking about, okay, then if we see it's not perfect, there are some good progress, there are good practices that have taken place, but it's still a lot of work that needs to be done in order to enhance early action. So now I want to kind of discuss that a little bit more and also hear from you. What is it that we should prioritize? So the next question is kind of like, if we think about what are the priorities in order to strengthen preventive action over the, let's say, next 5 years? Where would you invest in? So now I will give you $100 million, just because I'm very generous, and you can allocate it in between these categories. It's a lot of money, but when it's imaginary money, that's easy to do. Where would you actually invest if we want to strengthen early action? You can take some time, and as the audience is doing their allocations, I'm going to turn to the panel to start reflecting on theirs. Where would you put? And again, these categories may not be perfect. There is, is a category about really still working on community engagement platforms, having rapid response mechanisms that are kind of allocated specific instruments to react quickly, decision support for policymakers, community data collection and monitoring, learning and evaluation, or improving forecasting and predictive analytics. Any thoughts?
Maybe it chimes a bit with where we're going to on these responses. I think it's something if you gave me €100 million, what would I do with it? Wow.
Wow.
Convert it into pounds sterling to start with. I think there's something definitely around not investing less money, but in thinking about investing money in systems rather than tools. And I think that's probably the first bit I go, which I think is maybe these community engagement platforms, possibly the rapid response mechanisms as well. And that is not just creating more and more individual tools, but thinking about how they work together, how they work with, as I've said already a few times, pre-agreed sort of thresholds and action points, because these are the bits that need to happen if the decision is going to be taken. So yeah, a lot more time and money on that. Maybe not the whole 100 million, but yeah.
Thank you.
I would actually think slightly out of the box in terms of these choices. And I was thinking about, partnerships, because you see, I think we very much are in the world of the OECD, the donor community, mostly the Western world, and reaching out and strengthening partnerships with the emerging rising powers, Qatar, Turkey, Saudis and others that also have, clout in their respective spheres where they work. So having that partnership, I think, is very important, that we don't lose sight and be in our own, I don't know if the bubble is the right term, but anyway, so just reaching out. And maybe it's not so much a question of, money, it's very much about just strengthening and deepening those partnerships. With sometimes, actors that we don't necessarily always share the values, but I mean, 100%, but nonetheless need to sort of work in concert.
Yeah, recognizing that different actors have different mandates or authorities in certain areas and strengths in order to act. So it might be community engagement platforms or then other state-based actors. Turning to the audience, what is missing from the categories? Where do you want to share where you did your investments? Do you have any reflections, questions? I see from the eyes of people that we are really getting to the end of the conference, but still going strong. There's tough decisions to be made before we conclude. Yes, please.
Amy from George Washington University. I also worked at the State Department previously at the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations, which no longer exists. But that office did have what was called a negotiation support unit, and they were focused on mediation support. And so I guess if I had 100 million euros, some of it I would want to go to mediation support and more inclusive mediation efforts, which perhaps is included under community engagement, but it's not explicit, and we haven't talked a lot about inclusion here, and given that Sweden did play an important role in that historically in terms of its feminist foreign policy, I think that's worth also highlighting, but curious to hear your thoughts.
Great. That's a really, really important and practical point. Any other? Yes, please.
Hi, Heidi Ober with Tetra Tech. I guess one of the questions I had was, what do you, and this is to the group, what is decision support for policymakers? So I think, is that more data? I think we've talked a bit about lots of data. Is it the 3 bullet points? Is it facilitating thinking, planning workshops? Is it just money? So it'd be good to hear from you what would be best for decision support.
Excellent question. Well, what kind of support then would be useful to decision makers? I think it seems that that would be allocated some funds. How would you use that?
I can kick off again. So, I mean, yes, I mean, we haven't really talked about how our institutions are functioning, because that's not the, how our institutions are structured, because that's not the point of the panel, but a lot of love for CSO. We're very sad to see a number of friends and colleagues lose their jobs last year. As with CSO, the way the UK teams are structured, the risk work, the data analytics work, all of that is tied up with alongside preparedness teams and mediation teams and sort of the responsive tools. So very much working in that sort of close partnership. So absolutely, I agree with you that there's not a huge amount of point in doing them in silos, right? Then one needs to lead to the other. Maybe that's an obvious point, but I would agree. What do decision makers need support for policymakers? Sorry, probably not more data. I mean, good data, definitely, but I think at the minute they're already very swamped. Something about data literacy. I may be sort of outing myself. I'm not a data analyst. I'm a policy person and a conflict policy person at that. I think I'm relatively representative of my organization in that I'm a social scientist. I'm not a sort of numbers stats person, and that's a problem if the information that you're giving us is based on quantitative data. So there's a big bit on making sure that people can understand and genuinely do understand the information that they're being given, and that's not always the same thing. People are very ready to sort of say, yeah, I get that, okay, let's take a decision on that. That goes to the point that Guy made on the very first panel around you can spend a bit of time with diplomats, training them up. This is how you understand this particular risk or this warning or what this statistic or this trend line means, and it doesn't mean that, it definitely means this thing. And then they move on to a different posting. I mean, that's the nature of the diplomatic service, so you're going to have to invest in that as a priority, I think. And then the other bits, I've written down workshop and then something else I can't read. Yeah, workshops and processes to make sure that you're understanding the information that you've got and that you're pre-planning, again, triggers, thresholds, actions.
Great. I want to also turn to audience if there were 3 comments that I see or questions, 2 on that side and 1 on that side. And we'll take those as a last round. Wait, there's a lag.
I was just waiting for a difficult question from Kathy. That's fine.
Censored.
Oh. Is that one on? No.
Okay.
Okay.
Cooperation.
If I might slightly disagree with Fraser. So I'm biased because I'm from a data collection organization, but I feel like data collection's expensive, and I think good data collection is even more expensive than that. And I would agree that I don't think we need more data in the sense that, we need yet another organization maybe collecting information about the same thing. But I do think we need investments for improving the data that we do have. So I'm thinking, obviously, from a conflict data perspective, there's always more we can do to collect things in a more timely manner, to make it more accessible and available for people, et cetera. There's ways that we can improve the data by having people on the ground, for example, which is much more expensive than, getting information from the news. But I'm also thinking about, like displacement data, things where it involves people very much being on the ground, being able to go and be in the places where those things are happening to collect information. So I would say, yeah, maybe not more types of data necessarily, but more investment in improving the data collection that we already have started building on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. I very much agree with what you just said and what Guy said in the first panel. And I think it's a great idea to have more education, and as I just said in the panel, more kind of communication across different kind of fields and levels. So my question is, Who should fund this, and is it craft?
Perfect. And the last question there.
Hello. My question is getting a little bit towards what you as policymakers and people with influence in your respective government agencies would take community engagement platforms to mean. I know we've spoken a lot about different ways of getting information to and from communities, particularly in disasters and hazard times, but one thing that we know particularly from COVID and previous disasters is that often those community organizations were there long before this particular event occurred, and with funding changes throughout the world and a lot of funding decline, we are seeing a lot less of those organizations being able to continue on with their daily operations, to have that trust and network established at the time. So I wonder for you, when you're looking at community engagement, are you, obviously the question is around data-driven conflict prevention and preventative work. For you, what is that meaning within your respective agencies? And what does community engagement look like both in advance and creating that system so that when the time comes to need it, there is an existing infrastructure to be able to draw on? Thank you.
Elaborating a little bit. Fraser, if
Can I
you-
take the first two directed at me? I violently agree with Katty, and she's definitely improved my response. Yes, not no more data, but better data. And I think it's particularly true of ACLED, and we haven't had this conversation yet, but I think there's something very interesting about when we are seeing a sort of general reduction in sort of media freedom and journalistic sort of standards, and the sources on which you can draw on quantitatively, scraping and otherwise, and therefore the need to bolster that. So if we're seeing a sort of democratic retreat in everything else, and we've only got 2 minutes, so I won't go into too much detail, but absolutely funding things that go against that, right? Data literacy should be funded by craft. Yes, I think it should be funded by craft. But also, we should be funding this internally ourselves. Like, it's a responsibility that we have as the institutions to educate our own staff. So not just craft, but sure, why not?
Perfect. I think we are coming to the end of the panel. So was there still a last response that there was about the community engagement, and any elaboration of that, what that could look like?
I think maybe a bit tricky for us to answer because we are all headquarters people, at least now. I don't know, Ollie, if you want to...
Maybe we'll continue that over the coffee break or in the community engagement that this community will continue to have. Last words, very 15 seconds. If you were to prioritize one action in order to strengthen early action based on early warnings, what would that be? No explanations, just one sentence. Marius.
I would make sure that data-driven results become an integral part of the processes in the decision making.
Great. Processes. Aurora.
Maybe to mention an aspect we haven't discussed yet, to link early warning units to really the highest management levels in our institutions. I think that's something we haven't touched upon yet. I think this could also help because indeed processes matter, and often it's rather top-down than bottom-up. So I think this could also help.
Direct access of early warning units to the leadership, top leadership.
I would encourage you all, as I've said already, to be advocates for what the reason that you're doing this work. I think Alex this morning mentioned at the end of the panel potentially getting away from being sterile truth tellers to being convincing storytellers, and I think that is worth considering. This conference is Data for Peace, and there are plenty of people who do not want peace, so you need to stand up and do it. So yeah, would be my point.
Yeah, I mean, today's technology is sort of outdated tomorrow, so it's not about technology of tools, it's investment in human resources and their ability to use whatever tools are available at the given time.
Wonderful. Just for my part, I really want to thank you, the panel, for the willingness to spill some institutional beans of really what is actually enabling or hindering early action. Maybe last thought from my side, I think Lauren was yesterday pointing to this saying of when there is a will, there's a way, but we should sometimes think it the other way, that if there is a way, perhaps there would be a will. And I think this panel was also pointing that maybe we also need more data of what actually works in order to strengthen early action based on early warning. But thank you, and please join me in giving a great round of applause to our panelists. You can stay if you wanted to. It's up to you.
Thank you so much to the closing panel, and thank you to all of you who have stayed with us for 2 full days. Thank you to all of our incredible speakers and the session organizers behind the panels who have been pulling the strings behind the scenes but don't really get the recognition. And also thank you to all of you who have been following us online on the live stream. Most importantly, or well, equally importantly, thank you to all of our funders who have made this event possible, to Craft through NORCAP, to Folke Bernadotte Academy, and to the Finnish MFA. Also to our in-kind partners, my colleagues in Views and UCDP, PRIO, CMI, CEDA, and the digital transformation of UN Peacekeeping team. While it is now time to conclude the in-person component of the conference, the event is actually far from over. With over 1,400 people currently registered, or that was a few hours ago, that might have changed. We are meeting again at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning on Zoom to continue the discussion. We will be in plenary for the opening remarks and the first panel, and will then split into 3 parallel rooms. So if you want to join us tomorrow and haven't registered, registration is still open, and you will get the connection links as soon as you register. All sessions tomorrow, or all the open sessions, will also be recorded and uploaded on our Data for Peace YouTube page. So if you're not able to follow along, but want to engage with the material afterwards, you can do so. And last, but certainly not least, if you want to stay tuned on the aftermath of this year's events, and perhaps more importantly, on what we have planned for next year, make sure to sign up for the Data for Peace mailing list and follow us on LinkedIn, and we will share more news soon. Thank you very much from me and the organizing team.